Era is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of Xbox Era. Our incredible podcast, listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. Xbox Era is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of Xbox Era. Thank you for your support.
The Xbox Era podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.
Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 195 of the Xbox Era podcast. We're here to talk about all of the latest in gaming news from across the industry, but overall we're focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra or becoming a YouTube member right here. And if you're listening to us on Spotify, don't forget to leave us a nice little review. It does help us out. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news and reviews. As always, I am joined by the one and only Special Nick.
What's going on?
Jeez is in the house.
Jeez.
You guys always forget the second half of my name. Us.
That's just jeez.
No, Jesus.
Us.
How you doing?
Us.
Palworld. Palworld. Yeah.
You're a big Palworld fan.
It's so weird. We'll get into it.
The babies.
It's really weird. It's a really weird game that is. It's shocking. It exists.
It's a streamer game. That's what I'm labeling it as right now.
Or co-op. You don't have I can enjoy co-op games solo, but I think you would actually like it a lot more if you played with someone because it's so fucking weird. But hi.
Okay. All right. Hey, I'll jump in. You know, it's fine. I'm in a really good mood. I'm feeling fired up. I feel like I'm getting better at that intro. Like I had a little weird moment, but like I'm slowly edging into the comfort level with the words.
I'm the opposite.
To do that. You don't like it? It gets worse every time.
No. The intro's fine. You're saying you're in a good mood, and I'm saying I'm the opposite. I'm actually sad. It's been a week.
It's been a week.
It's not just that. Like it's been a week for me, and it's been stressful. And yesterday I just had one of those. So you guys are close enough to my age where hopefully I'm not the only person that's experienced this. But I had one of those. I think it's one of those old man moments yesterday. So I was picking up my son from my sister-in-law's. He went for a swim yesterday, and on the way home, The Weeknd's smash hit Popular featuring Madonna was playing on the radio. And my son's very inquisitive. And he goes, Baba. He goes, because I don't like dad. I don't like being called dad. So my kids call me Baba.
My kids have started copying Bluey and call me Big Fella. It drives me nuts. But, sorry, I digress.
And he goes, Baba, is Madonna famous? I go, look, buddy. I go, she's not as famous as she used to be. But when Baba was little, Madonna was like bigger than Taylor Swift is right now. Yeah. He's like, really? I go, yeah. And so I took the next step because my son has quite eclectic taste in music.
Nice. Sign of a good parent, that is.
I'll play you some Madonna music. So I started going through all the hits, and it's easy to forget how incredible Madonna was, especially in the 80s. And I started having one of those old man moments where you know how when you hear something old or nostalgic, or you watch something old and nostalgic, and you get really depressed because you think, I can't go back there.
Yeah.
Do you ever have
Not
those
once.
moments where
I have literally never had that in my life. I don't feel
and
nostalgia.
you get super depressed? I do.
I kind of do. Like, as you were just talking about this Madonna story. So, when I was younger, I did work experience, right? I did work experience in Tandy's, which is an electrical store.
I remember Tandy's,
Right?
We had it here.
And I fucking hated it, right? As retail, right? And it was labeling stuff. And I remember this was back. So this would have been 1998, 99, right? And there was a Madonna hit playing, like a new one from 99. What came out in 1999?
Oh, God.
Whatever
like
that
Ray of
album
Light
was.
or something. Something like
Something
Ray
like
of
that,
Light
right?
or something
And
like
I
that.
remember the older guy who was probably like 35 going, oh, you know, would you? And I'm like, she's kind of old, isn't she?
Ray of
like,
Light
"No."
was 98.
Yeah, and how old was Madonna in 98?
98.
40-ish?
In 98, she would have been like 40. Yeah, 39, 40, 41.
And as you were just saying that, in 1998, when I was 16, Madonna was 40. I am about to turn 40.
Yeah,
and
I'm
back
43.
then, that 16-year-old was like, it's kind of old. Shit.
I don't know. I have those moments where I realize, shit, I'm old and I can't ever go back to those days again. And I get massively depressed.
You know what, though? There are always little spots of light, like another anecdote. And hey, chat, this is the deep podcast for your Saturday Xbox gaming news, right?
I know, Jesse and John don't like it when I do the off-air talk on air.
No, I don't mind. I like it. I'm just telling the audience. We talk about
very quickly,
stuff.
I need to call out this this chat from my brother when you were trying to figure out what song it was, and he said, "Baba, don't preach."
And then he's got Nick's crossed the borderline.
So
another Madonna classic.
He's on fire.
My missus and her son are staying this evening, right? And he's playing Fortnite or something like that. But anyway, he's been playing Fortnite all day, and
so is mine.
He's in the spare bedroom, and he's playing with my boy as well. And I'm putting my kids to bed because they go to bed a little earlier. He's a little older, and I was joking around with my daughter. I was like, "Hurry!" And I shouted, and he just opened the door and come out. And he was like, he jumped because I did a jokey dad shout, right? And then he closed his doors. Oh, sorry. And then this got me, man. This got me. I've been with my missus for a year and a half, coming up on 2 years. He closed the door, and I heard him say to his friends, I just got jumped. My stepdad did da da da. And that's the first time I've heard him call me stepdad. And I was just like, went in to see my missus. I was like, fuck. It really got me, man. But like,
so you got it. This is getting too serious. You got to go. Get him out of here.
Did you see the super chat from Tom Henderson for the pensions, you old fuckers?
Thanks, Tom. But honestly, man, it's an honor and a privilege. Bless him. He's a good kid. So yeah, anyway, look, hey, sorry. We got off on a tangent there to start the show. It's the XboxEra podcast. And as always, apart from talking about our existential crises, let's talk about crises. Let's talk about what we've been playing this week before we dive into some interesting. It's been a week for us personally, for all of us, this team, but also for the Xbox community as a whole. So it's been a week, but before we get into all of that, what have we been playing? Nick, I understand you have fulfilled what you wanted to fulfill. You've succeeded.
I finally rolled credits and 100%ed Prince of Persia at 35 hours and 49 minutes.
Nice.
And yeah, it was just amazing. Like I kind of wish it hadn't ended.
So you're saying I should have given it a 10?
I wanted to.
I feel that way about.
No, it's not a 10. I'm happy with a 9 or a 9.5 for that game. Because there's a couple of minor-ish issues.
We got to remember, 10 is not perfect. 10 is just the best of the best for that genre, essentially. Masterpiece. It's close. I wouldn't have
To
given
me,
it a 10. It's very
to me,
close,
it's basically perfect.
Yeah.
To me, it's basically perfect.
Very close. Some pacing issues maybe early on. I wish
It's
you had
probably
more time
longer
with
than
the
it
double
needs
jump.
to be.
The
yes,
beginning,
the double jump should have been earlier.
The longer the stuff that's like crazy awesome with all the powers, you should have had that more. It shouldn't have taken so long to get there, but even then, it's only a little too long, not a lot, just a smidge, just a pinch.
I like it.
Yeah.
I loved it. It's a great game.
Me too.
It's probably longer than it needs to be. They needed to sort something out with the fast travel.
I think a later ability where you can ping to the trees as well as the Pegasus statues would have been a nice...
Letting you ping from anywhere on the map and not
Just
having to go to a statue.
Yeah.
Late in the game.
Just something. Like when you're doing all the mop-up... Yeah, when you're doing all the mop-up, it's really frustrating having only those specific points to fast travel to. Like, I just wanted to be able to go to that spot to mop up and, like... You know what I mean? Like, just... But again, that's all minor-ish stuff.
It's
not
in the
stuff
long
that's
run,
like,
it's
oh my God,
minor.
I hate the game.
Because most people aren't going to 100% it. So you're just going to play through the campaign. You're going to love your 12 to 20 hours. That'll be about it.
Yeah.
Still pretty confident it's going to be my game of the year.
It's a lot of time.
I just don't see anything topping it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally. So yeah.
John, the dreaded open world sections phrase was uttered in the blog post for that game. It's not going to be for Nick.
Yeah, I know. I was like,
no, it will just be. It won't be open world. It will be
it's a hub.
Open hub. Like an open hub. An open hub's not that bad. But anyway, before let's not go off on that tangent yet.
You want linear.
So yes, Prince of Persia is the main thing I've been playing, and to take a break because I've been playing pretty much nothing but Prince of Persia. I thought, gotta go back to some Rocket League and just decompress a little bit. So went back to a bit of Rocket League, got myself back into champ in doubles and triples, threes. And that's about it. Downloaded Palworld, queued it up to download, and have not played it as yet. But I'm interested to try it out, see what it's like.
Well, that's a good segue for me, I guess. Still playing through Pop, but I have downloaded Palworld. I played like the intro, and I was like, "Oh, it's a survival game," and I'm like, "Eh." But we were chatting pre-show, and Jesse's like, "Play with friends; it makes the difference." So I won't speak too much. Otherwise, Prince of Persia for me, and also Redacted. Redacted is not my usual fare. That's not a name of a game. I'm not allowed to tell you the game. It's not my usual fare, but you know, it's fine, I guess.
We'll get to talk about it next week.
We'll talk about it next week.
I was nice enough to get both of you copies. You're welcome.
Yes. Not something I normally bother about. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that we
can't say we
We're
have
not even allowed
it.
to mention the name of it.
No.
That's why I call it Redacted.
Lucky I didn't say anything because I tried it out.
I literally said it to you multiple times.
Lucky I forgot I've played it.
Lucky said it to you. You can't talk about it repeatedly.
Oh, wow. Lucky I didn't say anything.
Remember when you wanted to post a tweet of you downloading it, and I was like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. I did play that. It's not bad. Actually,
for anyone wondering, if you are whitelisted for a review copy, like where they have to actually whitelist you on the back end so you can download the game, definitely never post a screenshot of that, because then they go, hey, what the heck's going on? Did our thing go live early by mistake? Because, that might have happened with Jedi Survivor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Lucky
Anyway.
I didn't talk about the fact that I've been playing that.
That's why I told you not to.
Because
Literally, when I said
played
you
it.
can have it, but you can't talk about it, when I gave it to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, that segues nicely into Jesse, who I think has been playing everything as always. Anything you want to mention?
I'll start with Palworld, and then I'll just get into the reviews I do.
Don't talk
real
about
quick.
that other game, but
I'm the one who tells you. But yeah, so I've been playing a bunch. So yesterday on a whim, even though I was in the middle of reviewing like literally 4 things, one of them to get Nick a free copy of a goddamn game, because you know Nick, which is actually pretty fun. But we'll talk about that in 2 weeks. Been playing Palworld, the new sensation, the biggest first quarter exclusive of the year. exclusively on Xbox Game Pass for PC, and mainly played on Steam because that's where it's just a little bit ahead. There's not a ton of differences. The main difference is you can do 32-player servers when they work, because it had 850,000 concurrents today.
Oh no,
And
man.
so,
It's
and they're
just
on the Epic
taken
server
off.
backend, and so they were like, it wasn't working for a bit, but it's better now. It is a crafting, hit pieces of wood, punch pieces of stone survival game. That is a very easy survival game. It's
Really?
not hard. It's not hard at all as a survival game. It's just the very base setup for a really weird kind of Pokemon, mostly
It's like
fucking
Ark?
bananas.
Apparently, it's like Ark.
It's kind of like Ark, but with Pokemon,
I
and
can see those.
eventually it becomes you
Shh,
get.
don't say Pokemon. They'll sue. Haven't you seen all the uproar about? Oh, they're just ripping off Pokemon, guys. I think that's kind of
they've
the
known-
point.
and they've known about it for years.
But we all said that. We all said that as soon as we first saw the trailers. We're like, oh, Pokemon with guns.
And what's the legal thing? You got to be about 25% different, and they are. They're just different enough to not be copyright infringement.
I think the thing is, and I think this, because bear in mind, a lot of people go, "Oh, Nintendo are going to sue." Hold up, Nintendo don't own Pokemon. The Pokemon company.
You know
own
what?
Pokemon.
Nintendo will be pissed because they have aped shamelessly the Breath of the Wild UI and sound effects, like just shamelessly on, especially like the little pop-ups and the interstitial sounds when you do stuff. It's very funny.
My point is, though, you know, if I was in charge of the Pokemon company, right? Why are Pokemon games exclusive to Nintendo? Question. Anyone have an answer to that? I don't know the details.
No clue.
I just assumed they owned the IP.
Right. Well, apparently that's not the case, right? So this is a deal or an agreement or a contract or whatever, right? If I were the Pokemon company, I would be looking at those fucking numbers, and I would be going, we need to make a different change here in our
Pokemon games do sell really well.
And imagine
They do,
how much
and they
they
still
would
would.
really sell.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the argument Xbox gets. Imagine how many sales they'd get on other platforms. Same goes for the other two.
But yeah, also people in chat are saying Nintendo is a part owner of the Pokemon company.
Oh,
that's
they
what
own
I
one
assumed.
third. Thank you,
Yeah,
chat.
I'm
Thank
sure
you,
it's
chat.
very
That's what I
complicated, and
assumed.
Nintendo has such a stake in it. They wouldn't have
allow it.
already.
No.
But yeah, so Palworld is essentially. It starts as a survival game. You just wake up on an island. There's these little pals looking at you. This game is very, and people call it bipolar in the past. Doesn't know what bipolar is. It is very of two minds about the pals, where they're your friends and you love them, and they're also your slaves and you can eat them. So, on one hand, you've got to take care of them and raise them and love them and build up. You can give them armor, gear. They go out, they fight with you. You can have a little Firefox, and you can unlock the ability to literally hold him in front of you and use him as a flamethrower, or pick up your lamb ball and use him as a shield. And like, you can ride on your friggin' llama goat thing that they have. Like, it's all about raising them like Pokemon. But also, at one point, you can unlock a butcher's knife. And because the game is about catching hundreds and hundreds of them, you just chop them up. You raise them in their farm, and then you take them, you chop them to bits. You can take the people that are in the game. There are people on the island that raid you, that sell stuff. You can capture them in your ball. I won't get too much further, but human trafficking and cannibalism have been brought up about this game. This game is, what if we just put every mechanic in, and we didn't say no when you want to use those mechanics?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's not my type of game. I don't care about Pokemon. I don't care about survival games. And I just want to keep playing this because it's really pretty. It sounds good. The occasional times music pops up and it plays really well.
It's a bit jittery on Xbox.
Yeah, I've been mostly playing
heard that.
on PC where I'm getting like a locked 120 4K. It is early access, obviously. They still have another game in Craftopia in that never left early access. This one definitely seems to be big enough where they're going to stick with it. It's
cool.
It's fun solo. You can play up to 4 people in co-op, and yeah, it's been shocking. I'm going to do an impressions video for it and early access stuff because I'm actually enjoying the shit out of it. It is the biggest game of the first quarter so far by a mile.
Exclusive on Xbox.
Well, it's funny you bring that up
PC.
because I've, a lot of discussion about Xbox taxes and stuff like that. And I think to myself, now Palworld's nothing new. Yeah, we've known this game's existence for some time. We saw trailers ages ago about it, and everyone's instant reaction to those trailers was, "Ha ha ha! Pokemon with guns."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, this developer is also not new. Yeah, they've made other games. And I just, woke up this morning quite early. Don't know why I couldn't sleep. Jumped on my phone, started doing what I do like an idiot, going through Twitter, and I see all these super sleuths everywhere, right? Digging into Palworld. And people are connecting dots because the CEO of, what are they called? What's the developer called or whatever?
I forget.
Starts with P.
Shit.
What are they called?
It's Pocket Pair. That's it. Pocket Pair.
Pocket Pair, yeah. CEO of Pocket Pair apparently like 3 years ago made a tweet about how cool AI is and how it can produce Pokemon-like characters and talk about how AI can get around copyright and all this sort of stuff. And then apparently Pocket Pair has a Hollow Knight clone. Like when you see this game, it looks just like Hollow Knight. And they've changed the main character to a witch and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, why now? Why now are the super sleuths coming out to look into this game? And I'm not invalidating anything they found because right now I don't think there's proof that they've used AI to generate all this stuff. But people are connecting the dots and going, okay, they've probably...
Super defensive Pokemon fans?
AI stuff going on. And I just think to myself, this is all... Like, those tweets have been there for years. And the Palworld trailers came out a long time ago. Why are you only now digging into this and super sleuthing and trying to get the game cancelled? Why now?
It is unbelievably popular, and it feels good to go after the popular thing.
I just always found behavior like that weird. Like, this stuff's been here. It's been sitting there in front of you publicly for a long time. Why now? Is it just because it's a smash hit? And that kind of... And again, not invalidating anything they found, but why didn't you find it years ago? Why didn't you find it ages ago when Palworld was first revealed and you saw what looked like Pokemon characters and then start doing your digging back then? Why are you only doing the digging now?
And it's also like...
I always just found that odd.
Anyone who hears the word AI just immediately assumes that it's bad when it can be used in a bad way, but it is just a tool. So depending on how you use it, it can be fine. Now, this game shamelessly apes other games, like a lot of...
Mediocre does.
Yeah.
We all said it.
Yeah, but that's also like, most of the industry are smaller games shamelessly aping big ones. Like it's not a thing, or following trends and stuff. Now, this one's pretty blatant with the moment you play it, Nick, you're just going to go, oh, that's Breath of the Wild's UI. Not on the game UI, but on when you go to a new area, or if you complete something and it gives you that little tinky tink tink noise.
Yeah, but were these people born yesterday? This stuff's been happening in gaming for
that's
years.
what I'm saying. There's nothing new about it. It's just, this is super popular, so you can feel a little better if you're going against it, because that's always still a thing on social media. It's like, I want to be part of I'm going to go against the zeitgeist of people enjoying it. I'm going to tell them they're wrong, and it's because, and whatever the reason is.
It's not even about enjoying it or not enjoying it, because as soon as I heard Ark, I'm like, ugh. I don't know if I'm interested if it's like Ark.
I hate Ark. No, I don't like it at all, and I'm really enjoying this. It's so weird what you're building to with the super cute anime style, but then it is just so messed up, and it's so weird and enjoyable to play that it just keeps pulling me in, and why I'm going to cover it.
I think as well, AI is such a hot topic for this industry in general, and there's so much hate for it. As soon as Foam Stars, for example, poor old Resetera had a real old trouble. Oh no, Foam Stars uses AI. Oh, I'm not buying it. Oh, but I need to support PlayStation. But
gotta support PlayStation.
They really had an existential crisis on that one. So
I'm not going to redeem it on my PS Plus.
Yeah, I think there is a combination of AI is a hot topic. Palworld's a hot SEO bait right now. It's all over Twitter.
I can't get over
let's-
how much it's exploded. I can't remember the last time a game
Because
exploded to this extent, this quickly.
genre has it happen. The survival crafting games that are big on Steam really
they're good for
push.
streaming.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And they're
Yeah.
fun with friends, which is like one of the biggest things and why everyone does online and co-op is because, hey, I can get this game and you can get it, we can play together is a massive
I was
driving
shocked.
factor
Like,
for gaming.
I honestly, I legit thought it would probably just bomb and fizzle out. Because I mean, I said last week, I'm like, it looks fun. The trailer makes it look like fun, like Pokemon with guns. So I was like, cool, I'll give it a crack. But I honestly thought it would just flop and die out.
And it's not even just guns. It's like dinosaurs with giant rocket packs on them that just shoot out 40 fucking rockets.
Rare?
It's so weird.
Rare, if you're listening, time to add some guns to Everwild, okay? Come on, just add some AK-47s in there.
Well,
Let's
they got
go.
magic. They can just make it like make it Immortals of Avium Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, yeah. And then I think you also are you allowed to talk about this one? I don't think the review drops until tomorrow. Or
I don't
Monday.
know. No, there's 4 reviews hitting Tuesday. I can't talk about any of them. The ones I did have that went live, there was, of course, on Game Pass, which is Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, which is great and fantastic, and nobody watched the review. So if you are at all interested in Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, that I'm definitely typing out for the side of the podcast right now. If you didn't play the first one, it's good enough at slyly hinting at what happened in that I think you're fine. It is different than the first one, where instead of being more like dungeon based and stuff, it is 2.5 minute long run based roguelike, but a very light, easy roguelike. You can put it on God mode, Nick, and just have fun. It is way funnier than the first one, where the first one relied extremely heavily on memes. This is just itself very funny on its own without ever really delving into meme culture outside of a body pillow joke that actually works really well. So you're going around your little turnip boy. At the end of the first game, you had killed God Mayor Onion, and thankfully Dilatini, your father's former rival in the gangster business, because your dad was a big old gangster turnip. He breaks you out because he hates Stinky the garlic, who runs the bank, and so he breaks you out to help you go after Stinky in his garlic. And every 2.5 minutes, you get a run where you're going to go through, trying to get deeper and deeper into the bank, killing a boss in each corner. And then you get a full run, you win. It's about 5 hours or so. Really good fun. It can be a good night or two thing to get into. Very funny. Great music. Controls well. Twin stick, melee / shooter with a short but satisfying progression path. And it's on Game Pass for everything. So I very highly recommend Turnip Boy Robs a Bank.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a go. Definitely give
You've
it a go.
You've got HDR on, don't you, Jesse? You've got
no.
HDR on, don't you?
Oh, did
Yeah,
it?
colours
we're
have done
washed
that
out.
thing.
Yeah, I didn't do a
Look all
thing.
washed out.
So this time it did it. Not sure why, because I didn't actually open anything. Hold on, it'll be gone.
You know
in a
how we have
second.
those moments where we're either Ben Starr or we're all washed out?
I vote that just for the shows, just turn off
I know.
HDR on Windows.
Just turn it
Just
off.
just for the show.
It was fine.
There we go. we're
Shut
back
up.
to normal.
It was 20 seconds. Blow it out your ass.
I know.
The
That's what my tweet was about. HDR causes more problems than it's worth.
All right. Well,
the other thing that I played real quick and you should avoid is Bulletstorm VR. It's mediocre on PC.
Oh, no good?
No, that formula does not translate well to VR.
Really?
They tried. It's okay for the first half an hour. It gets super repetitive after that. And it is very, very ugly on the MetaQuest. Like
Quest?
they had to lower the settings so much, even on the Quest 3, that it looks like a 2012 mobile game at best. Like, because they need it to be 90 hertz.
at times.
So it has to run really well. So a lot of my footage is on PC where it looks very dated, but okay. But then on the Quest 3, it's bad, and the gameplay doesn't hold up. It gets very boring because it's almost way too easy. Because you can kind of just hide behind something and just like do this and kill everybody in a room, which is in very Bulletstorm. So yeah, avoid that one. And that's me and what I can talk about this week.
Fair enough. Well then, in that case, we're going to get into the news of the week. But before we do, as always, we appreciate everybody that helps and supports and checks us out. Be sure to hit XboxEra.com. Shortcut it in your bookmarks bar on your browser, whatever the case may be. Check out our forums for some of the conversation. Because we need your support, man. We need your support. Next week, we do have a load of game reviews dropping. So keep an eye out for lots of things that some of them we can't mention. We can mention.
I'm just going to
Go Mecha
just say the whole thing. Say the whole list. You can just say it. It's fine.
Yeah. Go Mecha Ball. And also some games are coming out like a fighting game. And
we will be reviewing Go Mecha Ball, Tekken 8, Like a Dragon, Infinite Welfare, Persona 3 Reload. John's working on an xCloud for Quest 3 review.
Yep.
I'm working on Lil Guardsman, which is kind of like Papers, Please meets Monkey Island choices on talking. I was going to do a video, but there's literally 4 things all hitting the same day, so I can't. And Proven has done a Hellblade 1 review as we're catching up, because the second one, as we're going to find out later, coming soon.
Same game.
So what's crazy?
Can't believe it's the shit they produce after 7 years.
5 more episodes to episode 200.
That type of news is worthy of a like, in my book.
Yeah, I'd hit that like button. I wish I had control of everybody's likes button, but I don't.
Yeah.
So I just have to rely on other people to do it for me.
So if you're lacking some control,
I am.
Go to www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and use our code XboxEra for 10% off to make sure you get just meal replacement you've ever had.
And control your life.
Take
control. Take
They've
control
had
back.
More often, they've had their protein candy-ish bars where they're not candy. They're actually they just taste good, even though they're not candy, which is the same shit as the shake, which surprises me every time. I'm really close to being out, though, Nick. I'm very sad. Just about used everything up.
I'm still waiting for something to be sent to me because
you don't get any.
Loved. Anyway,
so nice.
Let's start this news segment by talking about us.
Oh, man.
Holy shit. We were in the news quite a lot this week. Because apparently, even though conversationally, we were just talking about what someone else had said, and then we talked a little bit about some of the things we'd heard.
Are we stuttering for anyone else?
Yeah,
I was about to mention this, I saw someone in the chat go stream issues.
Yeah, I'm getting a thing from YouTube saying that they're having issues at the moment. It seems to be okay now.
It looks to be resolved for me.
Yeah,
because I saw Lucius mention. I'm like, I'm watching the stream at the same time, and
I don't have anything dropped in OBS, but it's giving me errors in YouTube.
It's not you. It's YouTube.
Yeah. But also, YouTube keeps trying to force ads, and I told it no, and then that happened. What is it? Coincidence? I don't know.
Yeah, they want us to put ads in, but never mind.
Very well, I have to have it, so they try to put in ads, because if you don't, you can't add them to the VOD anymore. You have to let them try to put them in live.
No, I'm glad you're there to monitor such things.
It seems okay now.
Yeah. We were in the news a lot this week because of the discussion, the very brief 30 seconds or so that we discussed the code name of Project Tatanka, which was rumored to be this Halo Battle Royale, supposedly being developed by certain Affinity. And we just mentioned offhand, after hearing about somebody else.
Yes,
only because we heard
Colt. Only because we heard Colt mention that he had heard it been shelved. That's the only reason we brought it up. I don't like.
And this is where we get kind of mad. And I want to kind of go into this. And Nick, feel free to interject. But this was very frustrating to witness. Like, first of all, this is the same episode, right, where we talked about a bunch of other stuff that was, I would argue, far more interesting, right?
And relevant to the current climate.
Yep. But, whatevs. The media seem to just jump on this, right? I wonder why.
Yeah, very
cancelled,
odd, isn't
Xbox News, whatever the case may be. And here's where I got really pissy, right? As the days progressed into Monday and Tuesday, I saw a headline from Eurogamer, and the Eurogamer headline said, Nick Baker says Project Tatanka is cancelled, or I'm paraphrasing, but something to that effect, i.e. they attributed that you said, it is this, as a direct quote. And I'm like, no, he didn't. And then IGN come out with XboxEra's Nick Baker says the same. I'm like, is anybody watching the show?
No,
so
they're not.
Now, full credit, I tagged the editor-in-chief of Eurogamer, who actually put that news item out, and they adjusted they put a correction in, which I appreciate. IGN kind of had some back and forth with one of their content guys. I can't even remember the name, but they didn't really change the article, right? They just were like, But I have to give, and this feels weird to do because I know. Not every. It
does feel weird to do.
I know not everyone is a big fan of Kotaku, right? But they were professional. Shout out to Alyssa, who actually emailed us, said, hey, rather than me just look at all these other headlines and just spout the same quote that doesn't exist, can you give me your spiel? And this was after I had, in Nick's defense, because I got fed up of seeing us being misquoted, I put out our own article, which I kind of aped on the headline, where I was like, XboxEra's Nick Baker says Project Tatanka is cancelled, except he didn't say that at all.
I know, but I had a debate with some people in DMs and stuff, and they're like, you did say cancelled. It's like, yeah, I used the word cancelled. I did use the word cancelled, but like you're ignoring the wider context of the discussion we were having.
Yeah.
Like, if you know me, you know our show by now. If I'm going with something in a more solid way, we have the rumor mill for that. For a rumor I heard that I've been told I can mention and blah, 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 blah. This, we weren't even going to talk about it until we had heard Colt was like, oh, I've heard this about...
It was not on the show notes. It was not a planned subject.
And we happened to sort of be like, well, yeah, it's interesting because we've heard similar. Like, that's interesting. We've heard similar. Like, it wasn't us... it wasn't us trying to confirm that it doesn't exist, because let's just say it was going to be in the rumor mill. I would have, like I always do, got the DM in front of me to make sure I say all the right things and blah, 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 because I went back to that DM after all this shit blew up. I went back to that DM and they say, oh, Tatanka's probably been scrapped or evolved into something more, which is what most people were replying to, going, oh, I think maybe it's actually evolved into something more.
Yeah, and I have to give a shout out to Halo YouTuber Mint Blitz, because, if you're into Halo, and this is the thing, we didn't go into it in depth because, yes, it hasn't necessarily been cancelled or shelved, but it's more like morphed, right, into something else. This is old fucking news.
Yeah, people were like, it's 2022.
Right? So... it's not a weird thing, but that's what's bizarre. The thing that really bugs me is, yes, Nick and I both used the word cancelled. We used the word shelved. Big shout out to Spartan P451 for gifting 5 XboxEra memberships. Most appreciated. Welcome to the team. Make sure you renew, guys. But the thing that bugged me about all of this was, yes, we used those words. We used the word cancelled. We used the word shelved. We were having a conversation. But we were saying, we have heard, right?
Similar to Colt.
And then the quote was, Nick says it is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's a big fucking wide gulf of difference between the two sentences. I have heard it is cancelled. It is cancelled. Very different intents behind those sentences. So interesting and weird, right? And here's the rub for our listeners, right? If Nick or I or anybody on this team gets a big scoop and a big hoo-ha where we have definitive proof and that we can write an exclusive on,
we probably do it.
We're going to publish an article.
About Bungie.
Yeah, well, that was the early days. Let's not talk about that. The reason we often don't is because, and Nick, feel free to interject, you're quite open about this process. Nick describes himself as a ventriloquist, right? You are the dummy.
No, I'm the dummy. They're the ventriloquists.
Yeah, fair point. You don't. We're not there to say. That's why we call it the rumor mill, because the gaming industry is traditionally super secretive. There's lots of stuff that's floating under the ether, and sometimes you'll hear things. And there's nothing wrong with being able to say, "I heard this." Right now, interestingly enough, certainly I think your track record over the last year to 18 months has been on a steady climb, I would argue. A lot of Nick's sources turn out to be quite accurate, one might say. Sorry, Resetera, but you can cling on to Sly Cooper as much as you like.
Oh my God, the Sly
It was a
Cooper thing.
long
It's
time
gonna
ago.
be the year 2073, and they're still going to be going on about Sly Cooper. It's like, oh my God, people. Like,
You are,
and you know what the
pissing off
irony
the
is?
gaming leaks and subreddit, right? Gaming leaks and rumor subreddit who hate Nick.
You know what the irony is, right? So I talk about this kind of stuff with Tom Warren sometimes, Tom Henderson, Jeff Grubb. I talk about this kind of stuff. And Tom Henderson in particular has always said you should be always trying to corroborate this stuff if you can.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And me being me, I'm like, yeah, whatever. The funny thing is, with Sly Cooper and Infamous, they were actually two of the things that I did get corroboration. That's the irony of it. I actually got 2 on each with those two, which is why I went with them.
Yeah.
Most of the other stuff, Topspin came from one person.
Yeah.
It was one person that's like,
lucky guess. It took
Topspin's coming
years.
back.
Well, this is
Topspin's
the other
coming
thing.
back.
Some of these things are clearly like coming from a source that maybe was there at signature, right? And then it's going to happen a year, 18 months down the line.
Most of the stuff I get comes basically at signature.
Topspin, Turtles, as a couple of examples, right? This was years ago, and then they happen, right? So I do find the whole diatribe around it, but the reason we have the rumor is because it's fun, right? Okay, look, we're here to entertain you as well as be informative about what's going on in gaming. We're not here to just spout nonsense for clicks. If we wanted internet clout and to make money, we'd do an article because we'd get ad revenue on it, right? The only time you'll ever see us do that is we've got something hard evidence in hand, not just rumor here. We would have conclusive proof that we could say, yes, we know this is accurate 100%. So yeah, interesting week for us in that regard.
But even like the freaking mystery game thing, you know, I avoided saying that. I avoided mentioning yeah, I said it on Briskets yesterday because they brought up the Final Fantasies, so I felt compelled to say something. You know, I avoided mentioning Final Fantasy XVI because I was like, I just was not in the mood. I wasn't interested in dealing with whatever. But then John stuck my foot in my mouth.
And I apologize, right? Because it was just like I was just off the cuff remark. I was like, oh yeah, that's going to cause drama. That's going to set the internet on fire. I was just making a joke, right? This was live and in the moment. And then they attributed my quote to you.
To me. So I said it's going to set the internet on fire, and I said it's going to cause drama. Then another bunch of Twitter accounts grabbed it and said, Nick said it's going to cause fanboy tears. I'm like, what did I say that? Did I say that? I'm like, Final Fantasy 16's not going to... Like, people have seen the expiry date or the allegedly expiry date on Final Fantasy 16's exclusivity deal. So I didn't think that would be that hugely shocking.
Yeah.
But it is a PlayStation exclusive that might be coming to Xbox. So that does become news. And I just wasn't in the mood to talk about it. So I was like, I'm not covering that. Nope.
It is funny that you wanted to not cop any flack, and in the end, I copped a load of flack for something else.
Way more than had I just mentioned it. Way more.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh
bro.
My God,
I didn't mean to do that to you.
Far out. Although, by the way, that person, you know, because it's funny, risk it for the biscuit goes, did they give you a date? And I go, nah, they didn't give me a date. This morning, I got a rough date.
Put it in the chat.
Rough. No.
Oh, that's going to set the internet on fire.
That's going to cause fanboy tears.
Private chat. I want to know. I like knowing things.
Oh, my God.
Oh, dear. God.
We had a super chat,
Is there a rumor mill today, by the way?
No.
You had enough this week.
Nah. Rumor mill is on hiatus until further notice.
Until the rest of the world learns to
thousands.
behave itself.
Oh,
dear. Oh, that cracks me up. But there you go. So we were in the news a lot. Fun times.
Super chat.
Anyway. Oh, super chat. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Bus. Do we see an Elite Series 3 controller in 2024?
Maybe. It's
My
been the exact
assumption is
same time since between 1 and 2.
Well, my assumption is it launches with the digital Series X. That's my guess how they would do it. It would make more sense, wouldn't it? Hey, here's this new Xbox with no disc drive because we want to take away all your physical games. And also, here's this new controller to go with it. That would make the most sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, I think there'll be an Elite Series 3 this year. I think that's a solid expectation. No,
Hopefully
no
the
sources.
controller is solid and not
It
fucking
needs
just falls apart when it feels the
Hall
breeze
effect
come in through a window.
joysticks.
Hall effect joysticks.
are so
Don't worry
Don't worry about the joysticks. The whole controller falls apart.
Never had that happen. Only had the bumper.
Mechanisms in the bumpers, like 100%. The buttons, the rest of it's fine. I haven't had
Hall
any other
effect
problems with
everything.
anything else. But yeah, Hall effect sticks and improved
Just
bumpers.
stop cheaping out on the manufacturing process and make them products that don't fall apart. If there's one thing that Sony nailed with the fucking DualSense, it's that it feels solid and premium and like it won't fall apart in your hands.
But
and I haven't seen reports of them falling apart.
I have.
I've heard lots of the triggers
What are you
breaking.
talking about?
The thingy triggers.
No,
I always suspect that the
none of them
triggers
are
may
well
go
made.
after a while with the stupid adaptive triggers, but no,
None of
my
the
Edge
controllers
feels
are
amazing
well-made.
compared to the Elite.
Nope.
Compared to the
Tom-
Elite, the Edge feels
Read Tom Warren in chat.
solid.
He's giving us a scoop.
Tom Warren's in chat. Where is he? New
Someone with
Xbox
the
controller is supposed to be announced in May, ahead of the June showcase.
There you go.
Thanks,
Wow.
Tom.
Cool.
Interesting.
There you go. New controller.
By
That
the
was
way,
the rumor
shouldn't we
mill.
make
In
Tom
May.
a... That's the real
No.
Tom, so shouldn't we make him a mod?
No.
I can confirm it is the real Tom Warren.
Okay. Well, can we make him a mod?
I
Yeah,
don't know
we
if I
can.
trust him with that type of power.
I trust him. I trust
trust
Tom Warren
everyone.
with that kind of
Really?
power.
It's supposed to be announced in May. Well, there's a scoop. Scoop of ice cream.
Scoop of lovely ice cream.
Scoop. Yeah.
Tom Warren says new Xbox console and controller in
Nick
May.
Baker confirms.
Xbox digital console coming in May.
I did that to Tom the other day with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So there was that Twitter user that happened to do some digging and found the name, the Great Circle, and then Tom Warren's like, looks like the name's the Great Circle, and then I grabbed that and I said, I can exclusively reveal, based on Tom's tweet, which is of someone else's tweet, that the name is the Great Circle.
to be honest, Tom's just clarified this information about a new controller in May was in the FCC docs that leaked. He doesn't believe that's changed. So this is new
Okay.
news.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
we also we don't
okay.
like clarifications. We like sensationalized headlines to get clicks.
Yes,
What the hell are you
that's
doing?
right.
Well,
We
let's get
like
the
to be
clicks.
What's wrong with you?
misquoted. We like to be misquoted. We enjoy it.
I'll jump on XboxEra.com right now, pump out that headline. Tom Warren says, doesn't believe it's changed. I'll screenshot.
Don't
the
pump one out on
screenshot.
YouTube
Oh,
or we'll
okay.
get banned.
We'll get. Last
Okay.
week was very close, my friend. The hentai section had me rolling.
Those games are perfectly available for anyone to buy.
Mhm.
Those were YouTube clips I was playing. I was
Yeah,
watching it on YouTube.
Sure. Now I want to segue off of this because you did mention it. The Nick is right. So there's a couple of things I want to request. I would love, because I know you're, only retentive. So I'm sure you have a list of everything that you've ever spoken about and what ones have come true and what ones have not somewhere. Can I have that? I'd like to
I
just
I don't have it. I started building a list on the forum and I just sort of stopped because it was getting too much. I've got my OneNote and I could literally just go through and remember which ones I've gone public with, because there's a lot that I haven't gone public with. But go through the ones that I've gone public with.
I think it would just be very useful to have, because there's a lot of
I would
times
never claim that I'm 100%. I'm not 100%. No way. I'm not. My thing is more. My thing's not even about right or wrong. My thing's more about the idea that people genuinely think I make stuff up.
yeah.
That's my thing.
I
don't
still,
care. If I end up being wrong, it ends up being wrong. Like, that's why I said one of the silver linings for me for the Insomniac hack was that we saw proof of one of my rumor mills that there was a Marvel exclusive, PS5 exclusive Marvel multiplayer game, which my source at the time speculated was being made by Insomniac.
And the leak revealed
Thanks to
that
the
to
leak,
be
we
accurate.
saw it. Now, had the Insomniac leak never happened, that game never would have been discovered, and everyone would be like, "You made that up too. You're just a fucking liar. You made it up."
I'm with them.
But here we are. It was real. So understand, because I keep seeing everyone now on Twitter with Sly and Infamous. Maybe Sly and Infamous were, and maybe they were cancelled. And here's another one I want to fucking go back to, because I've thought about this over the last week. Another one I see people bring up. You said there was going to be a Remedy exclusive PlayStation game. And I'm like, yeah, I did. And that's never materialized. But then I thought about something. Now, there's two people. There's people that look at me glass half full and give me credit and give me benefit of the doubt. And there's the people that look at me bitch eating crackers. And I thought to myself, wait, that Remedy exclusive PlayStation 5 game, was that Alan Wake 2 at one point? Think about it. They were looking for a publisher for Alan Wake 2, right? Microsoft wasn't doing it. Sony was targeting a lot of Xbox known stuff to Money Hat for a while there. Was there a point where Sony was looking to maybe get in on Alan Wake 2? And that's what maybe my source,
Nick
when they
Baker
heard
confirms.
a Remedy exclusive, maybe when my source heard that there was a Remedy PS5 game, maybe that was Alan Wake 2 at one point in time.
And that's the thing with this information, right? And it still always cracks me up to this day that, and just in case anyone that frequents the Resetera forums is watching, Nick got banned because they were like, you need to prove to us that you're
No. I got banned.
You correct me if I'm wrong, because they asked you to prove your source.
No. The actual ban reason on Reset is because I basically told B-dubs to get fucked. And I publicly called him out. That's why I got banned. That is the reason I got banned.
Because they banned your leaks because you refused to be verified.
They told me not to tease. They told me not to tease on the forum anymore, and I said, done, not a problem. And I didn't.
Yeah.
And
who could still tease is a certain fellow in Alaska. I'm sure they'd let him right back.
Oh,
in.
yeah, no worries. But yeah, so really, this topic was meant to be about Topspin 2K.
It was.
Yeah. Because
so
I revealed it about a year and a half ago. I said Topspin, they're probably bringing back Topspin. And there's Topspin. And that's because we've been after a good tennis game for a long time. Like, because I don't think Sega's ever going to bring back Virtua Tennis. Although, then again, the way Sega's digging into the old back catalogue,
you never know.
Never know. Never say never. But Topspin was right up there. Like, Topspin was always a fantastic tennis series. So
yeah.
Trust me, I was wrapped when my source first told me, "Hey, Topspin," I was like, "Oh, yes."
Yeah.
And they teased it right out of the gate, first month of 2024. Hey, Topspin. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Like,
it always
it'll be good to play a tennis game again. It'll be good.
It always made me laugh.
Tom has admitted something else in chat that's really damning for him on this one. He's got over 1,000 hours in Mario Tennis.
What?
He's got over.
Mario Tennis is awesome. Mario Tennis is awesome. It's a great game. That's the only tennis game. That's the only tennis game I've played since Virtua Tennis died.
Wow. So you think it's great? So that confirms what I think is he needs help. Thank you, Nick.
Nah, Mario Tennis is awesome. If I knew that Tom played that, I should play online against Tom in Mario Tennis.
Battle of the Champions.
Tom plays it.
I have to give you credit, Nick, because you've been right about a lot lately, right? Lately, a lot lately for like the last 18 months. I want to give you credit for something else, and this is a tangent chat, so bear with me. I need to give you credit for telling me to go and watch The Bear.
Yeah.
All right. For those
so good.
For those that haven't seen it, and I won't spoil it, and please don't spoil it in the chat if you have seen it, because I've still got 2 episodes of season 2 to go. The Bear is a show about a chef restaurant thingy in Chicago. It is the most stressful show I've ever seen at times. It is the most heartwarming show I've seen at times. And I feel that this is okay to say it's probably the best drama I've seen since Breaking Bad. Like
good.
I am in awe of the performances. I'm in awe of some of the guest stars that they have on out of fucking nowhere. Like, it is brilliant television. Go and watch it. So thank you, Nick, for recommending me
incredible
that show.
Thank my wife. My wife was the one watching it, and I happened to be catching it on the side, and I'm like, this seems interesting. And
really
we started
good.
watching it all the way from the start, and I'm like, oh my God, this show is so good.
Yeah,
Like,
it's phenomenally
you
done.
get stressed, like you watch it and you're like, you're fidgeting and you're like, oh my God. Like,
it takes
so stressful.
how conversations actually work in those kinds of environments, because traditional TV, character says line, other character says line. They expel information and it's all scripted, but to act in this way where everyone is talking over each other all the time and they're angry and you feel it and you're like, this is really tense. The first two episodes are terrifying, but you're just hooked. It's brilliant. So yeah, wholeheartedly recommend. Go watch The Bear, people. Really, really good. It's on Disney Plus.
And just won a bunch of awards at the Golden Globes. Just won a whole
deserved.
bunch of awards. Like, yeah, it's
Cracking
such a good
TV.
show. It's such a good show.
Anyway, let's rattle off through the news.
But yes, so we don't want to talk about Topspin anymore?
Well, what else is to say? Looks cool. It's a tennis game.
I was just more curious, again, as a tennis game fan, I'm hoping that 2K pays the money and gets all the players. And go all out. NBA 2K, they've got the Mamba edition, and then they put Jordan in there, and then they do that for Tennis 2K5. Get Federer in there. Get Pete Sampras in there.
Think that's where they're going to want to go if they're doing this.
Get
they are going to
McEnroe,
want to
Jim Courier,
monetize it
Agassi.
endlessly.
Yeah,
they're going to do everything they can.
Monetize the hell out of it.
Get all those classic tennis players in there. I reckon that'd be amazing. Get them all in there. I'd love to play as Pete Sampras again in a tennis game. Oh, he's my favorite.
See those eyebrows
Sampras is
in
my
real
all-time
high
favorite.
def? Oof. So bushy.
Like
Hey,
my eyebrows.
I'm looking at the chat. SJ, I need a Patreon episode from Nick and John about the bear. I mean,
I'll do one.
Easily. Like, we've been discussing a lot, so there is a lot planned. Episode 200, 5 episodes away. There's lots planned, and one of those things that's planned is a big old refresh of the Patreon. Better merch for you guys more frequently. How can we improve things? Because we only exist because you guys support us. End of story, right? And one of the ideas that was shouted out was like a watch along with patrons. Like, so like we'll all get into like a Discord lobby or something like that, and we'll all chill out. And we want to try and involve you more. So if you have ideas, there's a thread on the forums in the Patreon lounge. If you're a Patreon member, if you have ideas of things you want to see, content you want to see from this team, let us know, because we'll try and do some of it as best we can.
We'll do our best within our constraints of not doing this full time.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
The Bear is it's the best show I've seen since Ray Donovan.
Yeah, for me, it's the best show I've seen since Breaking Bad. Like, it's real good.
Because Ray Donovan is amazing. You seen Ray Donovan?
I saw the first 2 episodes, and I don't know what happened.
With my cousin Liev Schreiber.
I need to go back to it. So I'll find a streaming service on which to watch such television and check it out again.
It's amazing.
We're wrapping it up. Let's move on with the news before the Dorito Pope comes.
Too late.
Oh no, he's here.
And he only blocks Nick.
God, we've been going for an hour and we haven't even started.
You barely touched the news.
I'm gonna fly through this stuff.
No, you're not, because Nick will start talking. You try to fly, he talks.
Let's see what happens. First of all, news-wise, end of an era. The last Rock Band DLC.
Yeah.
And it's all over. January 25th.
It's all over.
Last DLC release of Rock Band 4. 8 years of weekly DLC releases for Rock Band 4.
Weekly
Rock Band
Why
DLC
didn't they
releases.
spread that out?
Why not?
It was only 3. It wasn't a lot. It was like 3 songs a week. It wasn't a ton. So it was like, just get a couple, get your hit, play the shit out of that week. All right. Oh, there's a song I like here. Go at it. Yeah. It was good.
Okay. We discussed this on the Xbox Hall of Famers podcast that I did on Friday night on Twitch.
Is that another one
Aussie
where you said
blokes.
shit you wouldn't say on here?
Yeah, that was that one. No,
Don't
no, it
know.
was Risk It for a Biscuit. I can't remember. I think you did it on
No,
Risk
but I
It.
did
not
that one.
both?
I've done 4 this. This is my 4th of the weekend, so I don't remember what I said a lot on Friday. I don't think I did. At least I hope I didn't. But it's called the Xbox Hall of
Hall of
Fame.
Gamers.
Hall of Gamers. Jesus.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been on
Xbox
there.
Hall of
They're a
Gamers.
Good bunch of folks. Good bunch of folks.
I had been meaning. I had promised them I would go on for a long time, and I do stick to those. Even if it takes me 10 years, I'll fulfill that promise. I don't care how long it takes.
See,
So I jumped on Friday night,
you can't go quick.
and we talked about Rock Band.
Just admit it.
Yeah.
But yes, and it's one of those games. I wish I had a copy of it because I miss. It's been long enough now that I've not played a Guitar Hero or a Rock Band. I really wish I had a copy. I could just pick up and, download it and play. But I can't.
I have a story about
Interesting
Rock Band
timing,
4.
though. Oh, okay.
I
I'd love
sold
to.
my Rock Band 4 kit to help afford me to keep working on this site. That's the main reason I did it.
Sorry,
Oh, wow.
chef. Sorry, chef.
Yeah, I had the whole thing. I had the full kit with the drum, the microphone, the guitar. I had an extra the cymbal set for the drums, and I sold it all for like $800 to help pay bills because I wanted to keep doing this
Wow.
instead.
And that's the thing, because you can't get that stuff super easy anymore. So it's worth a fair bit of money. So,
Interesting timing. Like
Hmm.
they end this support right as rumors and leaks start about a guitar peripheral coming from PDP. You'd think you'd try and cash in on that?
They
That
are.
rejuvenation that guitar would bring?
They are.
who knows?
It's inside
What do you mean?
Fortnite. They own harmonics. It's inside Fortnite. That's what they wanted. That's where they're going to move everything.
Yeah.
Oh, is Rock Band harmonics?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh yeah, they're not burning the candle at both ends.
Oh,
They're burning
that's
it
right.
in Fortnite.
Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Harmonix started with Guitar Hero,
Mhm.
and then that all
Said,
switched.
"Fuck you, Activision."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
So there you go.
All right,
Open era.
Jesse. Jeez.
Sorry, chef.
Sorry.
I don't get it.
Bad news. More layoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Piranha Bytes, owned by Embracer.
God, Embracer.
They look to have been one of the studios that have closed. Poll to Win, a support studio, another 45 people. Thunderful, which is a great publisher. They published Planet of Lana, for example, last year. It was an excellent game. Restructuring, 105 odd people or something like that. I'm not
The
sure
gunk.
what the full.
And
Yeah,
there's
there's
even
gunk
publishers
there's
of the
more
gunk.
than I could even
Yep.
link in there. There's been like 2 or 3 others.
CI games, and it's always to preserve business strength and stability. That's the buzzword. They're making the tough but necessary decision. Another 10% of the employees there. So brutal out there. It ain't going to stop.
Why don't the execs just take pay cuts?
You think that's
Why
how
don't
this
the
might
execs
work?
just take pay cuts like Nintendo? Like, it's okay if you're just a bit less rich. It's okay. You can be a bit less rich.
You'd
There's
think
nothing wrong with that.
that would be the approach, right? I'd like to think if I was in that scenario, if I could take like a 50% pay cut and still live my life, that I would just do that rather than see. 100
That's much
people go,
more
"Oh,
the
Bank
Japanese-
CEOs get like 10 million a year.
That's
So take
much more
5 million a year.
for Western companies. To be a good businessman, you have to be a bit of a sociopath, and you don't care about others, and you don't feel bad firing them. Like, to be the top of the top, you are the craziest, worst person who will make the good business decisions, which are horrible for long term, but in the short term, it gets you and it gets all the people who want quick money. You know, all your shareholders get a little more money because you just screw over the workers constantly. It's just the way
I hate
it's
it.
the way it is. You wouldn't be in that position because you're not a piece of shit, and most
True
of
story.
them are.
There you go. So it looks like the terrible industry practices at the moment are going to continue into 2024. So brace yourselves. More will come.
Or get
Um,
embraced.
Or we'll get embraced. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Good news. So we're pivoting from bad news to good news. Good news. Stalker 2 is delayed again, is how people are framing it. Of course it is. They're fighting a war. It's coming on September the 5th now. Confirmed date from the Stalker 2 guys. Some new screenshots and bits and pieces. A
Not
little
new.
trailer of everyone.
The exact same screenshots with a new UI placed on top of them.
Oh, well, maybe, yeah, I don't know. But they did a little YouTube announcement trailer of just people playing around the campfire, right? Which was kind of nice. Felt very stalkerish.
It's playing on the stream.
Yeah, there you go. So good, cool. So that's another Xbox exclusive coming out this year. It's looking like a good year for Xbox fans.
There's an Xbox exclusive that's been in a lot of Game of the Year things. Even one we're going to talk about in a little bit. I wonder why it doesn't matter when it's an Xbox console exclusive. For little indie games, especially. Where you're a little bug man. Where you're a little bug man.
Cocoon.
Yeah.
Cocoon?
Yep.
Yep. Doesn't get mentioned as much if it's an Xbox console exclusive.
But yeah, it's actually I think it's up for Game of the Year at DICE in maybe GDC. I know it's up for game. It's like full on Game of the Year, but you never hear about it. Doesn't seem to matter.
It wouldn't surprise me because I think DICE and GDC awards and stuff like that, they are the industry's awards, not the Keeleys, right?
If we want to go into it next, the DICE Awards has Starfield in it for tech, and people are very mad that it has the Starfield in it for tech. And it's like, that's because you guys don't actually know how games work and how it's running under the hood. And this is kind of industry people letting you know that, oh yeah, actually under the hood, the simulation stuff that Starfield does is very, very difficult and hard to do. And people just never...
And super impressive. Yeah.
Speaking of Starfield,
yeah,
didn't we? Is it even on the notes?
Which bit?
That house about allegedly. Maybe it's not in the notes. Oh, I saw some stuff about a thing about Walmart saying they're going to pull Xbox physical games from shelves, starting with Starfield. And
so last October, there was Walmart is going to get rid of physical games in store.
Yeah. I thought that was Best Buy.
No, Walmart too. If you search, it was like last October, mid-October, Walmart dropping Xbox, dropping physical games in their stores, and so it seems to be starting now with the thing that people picked out was some screenshots on public Discord saying to get rid of Starfield copies soon. They'll be knocked down to 3 cents in the internal thing, but they're supposed to just be disposed of. So,
wow. And people wonder why physical's going away.
Yeah, but I get why that's happening, but I still feel like it's ultimately a mistake. I totally understand why it's happening. The world is going more and more digital by the month.
Yeah.
Right? I get it. Just like how many people are buying Blu-rays. Like Blu-ray won that format war. Huzzah! And then who the hell buys Blu-rays anymore?
A lot of people now.
What?
Come back. It's literally coming because of streaming services chopping shows and movies off. People are going ape shit on buying Blu-rays now. Also, they do look a lot better because it's an unbelievable...
Oh, they do. The bit rate.
Yeah. Oh, God,
it's a million times
higher. If you wanted to do an actual 4K bit rate on something like Netflix, their costs would quintuple easily, and it wouldn't be a profitable business at all. There's no incentive for them.
Yeah. You can get a 4K copy, of a movie for and it will take up 5 gig, but the actual lossless 4K movie would be actually 65 gig. There's a big difference.
They have that 100 to 150 gigabyte file size limit on a Blu-ray for a reason, for the actual quality of it.
Yeah.
A lot of pixels.
Yeah. Yeah. But yes,
I feel like with Xbox, they still need a retail presence. We're still in a world where you need a retail presence.
I would say you are, particularly in other countries, like in the UK this week, Game, which is pretty much the only video game store left, right? They're no longer going to do trade-in products for physical games. They'll still do consoles, but you won't be able to go and buy a physical game. You've got CEX, which is the other one, right? But that's a big sign. I mean, CEX is arguably in their market anyway, but Game doing that, it kind of is just signaling so many people now, the convenience of digital wins. And I know that people out there, and I don't I don't argue against them that physical is important to certain people, and I totally get it. But I don't give a shit.
Well, I
Like,
also think.
Oh, look, I haven't been.
I don't care about game ownership. I don't care about owning my games.
I don't think physical's going
them.
away either. It's just not going. It's not worth it in store shelves. Ship to your house, that type. It'll still be around for a while. But how often do you go to a store to buy something, even if you wanted it physical? Like, there's sometimes.
No, I know. I haven't been physical for a long time.
You are with Switch because it makes sense more often, and even then, you'd probably just order it online. Is what I would do.
Well, even with Switch now that I've only got 2 Switches, I don't need to buy physical copies anymore because I can do the console sharing thing. So I probably won't buy as much Switch physical. I mean, Switch 2 is supposedly coming this year anyway.
Special Nick confirms.
I do care about game ownership technically. That's why I've become a bit of a digital hoarder, and I'm so thin about backwards compatibility. But at the same time, I've always understood that we technically don't own our games anyway, even the physical ones.
And the physical ones
I know
are
that sounds
never
weird to say.
It's never a version you'd actually want to play anymore. So
These
rarely.
days, like it's a useless version.
Like Baldur's Gate's got a physical edition coming, and it's patch 5, and they've moved way past that now. And they were happy, like, yeah, we're up to patch 5 on the physical. But by the time it actually comes out and people have it, they'll probably be like patch 7 or something. And it's like, even then, you can play through patch 5, but you're going to lose a lot of actual content they're adding in the other patches too.
John will remember I had a freak out on this show once about this topic at a certain former podcast host we had, where we were talking about the fact that
part of your imagination,
figment of my imagination, where I lost my shit because I'm like, you don't technically even own your physical games, and I'm aware of how weird that sounds. But the licensing agreement says that if you unauthorized use that,
because they can't give you legal ownership. Yeah, they can't give you legal ownership of the game.
Yes, you have a license
you would
to use.
own the game. And it can't be that.
Yeah.
You just get to use their thing.
Yes.
You could get really into the minutiae of it and be like, okay, physical game ownership. I own all of my games on a hard drive. It's physical. What's the problem? A disc, a CD, or a cartridge
it's
can
just
die.
The same data. It's the same data, just stored somewhere differently.
Yeah, what's the problem? Physical game, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those things because I do care about game ownership because I buy games that are on Game Pass because I do want to own them.
Or you ask me for the ID at Xbox codes.
Or I ask Jesse for free codes. But I do like to own games as well. I've just always understood that we don't own them regardless. Like even your discs, surely you've all seen enough examples where your discs can be turned into coasters.
Yeah.
Quite easily. Like, I just find it's the whole, I own this. If we're being very technical, you don't, but, you know.
The only time you can truly own something is when it's pirated on PC, and then you technically have it forever, and no one can take it from you.
Sail the high seas and you own it all.
Yeah, like game
if
preservation.
Sail the high seas, you own everything.
Game preservation for non-online only things mostly just comes down to piracy in the long run. There's no way to get around it because companies don't give a shit.
I can't believe the PS5's been jailbroken already. Mate, Microsoft's got that shit locked down, man. Xbox One never got broken open. Series X and Series S have never been broken open. Not in that way anyway. I mean, they've done the emulator thing and whatever, but like old school piracy. Mate.
What's that quote from Gabe? Steam Gabe, Valve Gabe. Piracy is a service problem. Right? So pirates will pirate your stuff if you make your service so difficult to use, untenable, that a customer just thinks, fuck this. That's where people turn to piracy.
Capcom reverted their DRM shit. Yeah. They're like, oh, people are really mad. They noticed. Oh, fuck.
Whoops.
I will say, in Australia, I will say it got to a point in Australia where piracy was just seen as the norm. at one point.
Yeah.
Like there was a time in Australia where it's just like, of course you pirate. Don't forget, we were paying over $120 for games back in the
That
90s
was very
and
similar
stuff
for
like that.
Poland too. And a big thing CD Projekt Red had to work on to actually get their own country to want to buy their games. I've seen them talk about it.
People, like, there were stores here that flat out advertised that they'd mod your PlayStation or your whatever console.
Crazy.
With reckless abandon. Yeah, people would walk into EB going, "Oh, do you sell the PlayStation 1 boot disc? Do you sell the Dreamcast boot disc?" And people are like, "Huh? What?"
Yeah.
Like it was so normal and accepted here. So I found it fascinating when I saw that the PS5 has already been jailbroken.
Yeah.
I was staggered. I couldn't believe it.
Such a modern platform as well.
Yeah.
Very, very.
But I think that's all of them now. Every PlayStation's been, as MVG likes to say, defeated. I love how he uses that word. I love how he uses the word defeated when he talks about that. Where Xbox now is 2 from 2. The last 2 haven't been hacked.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Microsoft's doing so differently to the others.
They're a software
the
company
Switch.
at the end of the day.
Nintendo consoles are hacked basically the day they come out. They basically just get done straight away, and it doesn't affect their sales one iota.
No.
It's crazy.
Speaking of sales,
yeah.
just swiftly going through this list. Surprise, surprise, the Wizard game. Don't cancel me.
That shall not be named.
Hogwarts Legacy was the top-selling game of 2023.
What, even more than COD? Big COD.
Even more than COD.
First
it is
time.
the first year since 2008 that a non-Call of Duty or Rockstar developed title ranked first.
Maybe I was right, and they should have bought WB instead.
Ooh. Yeah.
They would be getting canceled
game of the year on
so
PlayStation.
hard.
Yeah. Best-selling game of the year on PlayStation, second on Xbox, and fifth on Nintendo. This is all
second
via
on Xbox. So what was first on Xbox?
I don't think he.
Yeah, he did.
Scanning.
You gotta scroll up.
What was first on Xbox?
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3.
See, we buy our first party games, people. We buy our first party games.
I don't know if I didn't put it in there, but Starfield was number 7 on Xbox and number 11 overall. The massive critical failure.
It didn't even break the top 10.
It is the only new IP in the top 20 for everyone.
See, guys, Xbox owners, we stick to first party games.
Yeah, go figure.
We stick to first party.
That was all obviously info dropped via Matt Piscatella, who is executive director and video game industry analyst at Sakana.
Formerly MPD.
Mm-hmm.
Formerly.
And he used to work at Activision and Warner Brother Games. So there you go. Fascinating stuff. But yeah, look, there you go. Good for Warner Brothers, I suppose. Bad for everyone that hates the Wizard game. On other sales news, Xbox Series consoles, third place. But it sells its most ever in December in the US.
So people, when they saw the third place, they were like, our forums had people going, "Yikes!" And then it came out when Welfare asked Matt. He's like, "Hey, what was it?" Because he tries to guesstimate things based on watching websites, and he's like, I had it like maybe roughly a little under a million. He's like, no, it's actually the most they've ever had. Yeah, for a month.
So that just speaks. Series X and S. That just speaks to the fact that the PS5 and Switch sold unbelievably well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does
basically, as opposed to the Xbox sucking.
Also, they had a lot of deals in December for the prices, right? There was a lot of deals on consoles, and I think Tom Warren on that thread asked, "Hey, what was the split between Series S and X?" And just shy of 2/3 was Series X consoles. So Microsoft, maybe it's time for a price drop on these things. Like, I know and they just dropped 70 billion. But
They know
if console
they
sales
know
are a
the
The
problem-
richest company on earth. They're the richest company on earth.
But
Jesus
doesn't matter.
Christ.
It's not about you can afford it. It's does it cost us money? Are we?
Yeah,
Is it worth
shareholders
it?
say no.
What is the return on investment? If the return on investment's not good, it doesn't matter if they can afford it. That's why they still fire people.
Yeah.
They could afford to pay all of us, every person in the goddamn country, pretty much. They're not going to, because there's no point.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's lots to talk about. We could really dive into this topic. I think it's been one that's been discussed fairly in depth many times throughout the year.
I missed the ads. God damn it! Sorry, everyone. I missed the
no.
ad break. It'll happen.
Is it playing ads right now?
Oh,
probably
wow,
did.
we copped an ad break, did we?
Yep. I normally get them, but
I've got. You know why? I've just realised I've got premium, so that's probably
Yep.
why I don't see them.
But yes, if you see ads,
okay.
you have to know the only reason they happen is because if we don't let them try to auto insert them, then they will not let us add them afterwards, and it just tanks any potential revenue over time. So forced into it.
Very
Oh,
frustrating.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a
Do
little
we
sorry.
want to get into the whole sales debate?
No.
In
Hey,
terms of
apparently the
what?
ad break was Indiana Jones, so it's fine.
Oh, that's okay.
You're lucky, audio listeners. No ad breaks for you, unless we do a deal with Spotify. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think what is there to say? What is Microsoft's solution here to sell more consoles?
Have their games
Lockdown
start
Call
coming
of
out.
Duty.
They can't. They can't. That's not a solution. They literally, legally cannot do it. So it's not an actual
I'm
solution.
not saying they will. I'm not saying they
He
will.
said it-
I'm telling you that would work, though. I'm telling you
But he
that would
said-
work, though.
But he said, "What's the solution? What's not a potential solution if they could?" It's literally just wait for their games to come out.
Put your games. Don't put your games on other platforms.
I'm inclined to agree. I think and that's getting into that discussion. I mean, we can if
But-
you want.
I think the
folks
only
want.
it's never going to be the big system sellers. It's always going to be the later, smaller things if it happens. I'd still need them to sell
Yeah.
me on why. I highly doubt it would ever be the really big stuff because, Indiana Jones has exploded on social media and Reddit and people crying. I don't want to have to get this on Xbox.
It's ugly.
Did you see that
Ugly
clip
game.
from that
Yeah.
random
Ugly.
show I'd never heard of?
Yeah,
Did
no,
you see
it's
this
a
clip, Nick?
decently popular show. The Mr. KP.
Oh my God,
it's a show for the normies, right?
Oh,
But they were
yes, I
like-
think it's the one where he's like, "Oh, can't I play this on my PlayStation or something like that?"
Yeah, I'm sad. I can't play this on my PlayStation. Why can't I play this on my PlayStation?
You can play it on your
And-
PC.
Buy an Xbox.
All of this rumor stuff, like Microsoft, if you're watching, if you're listening, that
This is what it
effect,
does.
that little sound bite, that is the effect of continual sticking to your guns and following through on delivering high quality, good exclusive games. Look, let's be honest with ourselves. As much as I haven't minded, I've always had stuff to play. The narrative is out there, and the more you do these deals and these game releases, that narrative will start to change.
There is I know Game Pass growth has stagnated. I do think a big reason is just because most people don't actually know about it. Because I watched a lot of reaction streams and people I really like and streams I enjoyed. And even then,
of people in this industry.
People in this industry, like at the end of the Easy Ally stream, somebody said, "Oh wow, this is on Game Pass," and I just wanted to go,
Of
"Yes,
course it
of course."
fucking is.
It's Microsoft first party, and also they were like, "Well, it's probably on PlayStation, but they wouldn't announce it here because it's an Xbox show." And then the other guy who knows
Yeah,
is
no.
like, "No, they're first party, man. It's on." He
It's
said
own-
first he was
yeah,
like,
that's right.
"Of course it's on Game Pass," and then it's
Yeah.
first party, and people are like surprised. Like people are legitimately surprised that
Yeah,
Indiana
no.
Jones, and we've known Indiana Jones is on Game Pass since July because we pay attention, and it was a main
And we've known
friggin-
it's exclusive.
it was a main
Yeah.
For a
point
long time.
in the friggin' case. They paid for exclusivity, and they paid to make it exclusive and on Game Pass. We knew that from the court case, but people don't pay attention to this platform, which is why we exist. People like to call out fanboy sites when you've got the company name and the fanboy
Oh,
sites.
if we're going on a
Didn't you hear the news? Did you not hear the news? We
I'm the reason why.
we propped up Starfield. We propped up Starfield to 83. That was us. We did that. I mean, we've got no weighting on Metacritic, but
we're not a top critic
propped up
on
Starfield.
OpenCritic.
I am going to read out an excellent thread. From a gentleman that I respect and admire that made some very, very salient points. In case you don't know it, Jesse Norris, this guy who's like the reviews editor for some fan site called XboxEra, he said, online gaming industry discourse, and this was around Starfield, right? So I apologize. I know Starfield's like a really old, boring subject at this point, but he said that the discourse around Starfield is the most toxic shit I've ever seen. Pieces from respected journalists that say its review score on OpenCritic and Metacritic is held up by fanboy sites. This is what Nick was referring to, right? And this is go find his thread on Twitter, or maybe I'll put the link in the chat. It's a good thread on this discussion, and the reason I bring it up is, and the reason this discussion is happening is, do we want to name drop a well-respected video game journalist in his outgoing newsletter to his hundreds of thousands of followers, posited that, yet again, this phrase Starfield wasn't received well, mixed reception, whatever the paraphrase thing to use. And the only reason it sits at 83 is because it's propped up by fanboy sites.
Yep. Can I throw in one thing real quick? It's at 83 because it was at 87. And then all the people who Bethesda didn't give codes to gave it 4s and 5s. And then it dropped to 83. It was actually 87 with most of its reviews.
I wish someone would throw his logic back at him about Spider-Man 2. So, if Xbox fan sites propped up Starfield to 83, did PlayStation fanboy sites prop up Spider-Man? Because I'm looking at IGN's review of Spider-Man 2 right now. 8 out of 10. I'm looking at Edge. 8 out of 10. I'm looking at GameSpot. 8 out of 10. There's some big, heavily weighted sites. How the fuck is Spider-Man 2 at 91 or whatever it is? How? If these big sites gave it an 8, how is Spider-Man at 90?
The fan sites are not fan sites. The platform sites are not fan sites. PlayStation Lifestyle's owned by someone. Push Square's owned by someone. And maybe someday XboxEra will be. It's like just pure Xbox is Read Pop. It's like just because you have a platform name doesn't make you a fan site. And on Metacritic, the smaller fan sites like us have no weighting. What we say means next to nothing for the actual Metacritic score. And on OpenCritic,
I know.
And it's completely obfuscated. We have no clue what the weighting is other than we see an IGN come in late and all of a sudden the score jumps 6 points because they matter so much. And on OpenCritic, most of us are not top critics, so we do not affect the actual score at all. The only thing we affect is critics recommend, and that's just a flat. And OpenCritic doesn't do weighting, but they've got a completely obfuscated system on what makes one a top critic, because I have seen sites with 12 reviews be a top critic and sites with 2,000 not be.
It blows my mind.
I'm just using his own logic against him, because I just named 3 of the biggest review sites who would have the most weight on Metacritic, and they all gave Spider-Man 2 an 8.
Yeah.
Yet
And for
how does
Xbox
Spider-Man
expansion
2
pass,
sit at 90?
he's asking what the weights are. So it's like pretty much in the math equation, how much does this score matter to the overall aggregate? So IGN score is worth way more to the aggregate than our scores. They're probably worth like 10 or 20. Also, IGN gets to list their reviews for every platform they played on. So if they played on Xbox and PlayStation, PC, they do both. Whereas a site like us, we only get one for reasons. Yeah. So it's like the first thing to remember, aggregate sites are really stupid to take seriously. The scores don't matter. There's 200 on them at the most on these sites compared to the
200 individual opinions.
Yeah, compared to the 10 million people that have played it.
Yeah. He was letting his mask slip with those comments. And then he doubled down on Twitter.
Did he?
So he's
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like
he doubled down on Twitter.
It's not professional if it's not their job. And the thing is, it is their job. Those are all actual companies that are part of corporations. It is their job. Just because it says a brand name, it's to let their fans know we're focused on this. That's it.
Did you hear the reasoning? Did you hear the reasoning? Oh, but that's not what the general discourse was. It's like, who cares what a bunch of YouTubers think? The review scores are the review scores. Don't worry about what a bunch of YouTubers
and the
say.
online discourse doesn't matter that much. We always think we have way more
irrelevant.
It's
a bubble.
Over 11 million people played. How many people reviewed it on friggin' Steam? 70K? Like it's been played.
14 million plus players. 70K.
Palworld. Look at Palworld. The bubble, the little hardcore bubble. Palworld looks like shit. Palworld's gonna bomb. Palworld, fucking game exploded. In the real world,
yeah. The thing is, if you look at Xbox Series X reviews of Starfield, right? I'm gonna read out the 10s. This is the Series X review, and you tell me when you hear an Xbox fan site name pop up. The 10s, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're propping up the game. Attack of the Fanboy, 10. Hey Poor Player, 10. Het Nieuwsblad, don't know those guys, 10. Gaming Bolt, 10. Gaming Bible, 10. Washington Post, 10. Game Rant, 10.
Gene
IGN
Park,
Spain,
what a fanboy.
10.
I'm kidding.
Xbox Addict, there we go. There's the fan site, 10. Impulse Gamer, 10. Movies, Games and Tech, 10. Generation Xbox, 99. Somos Xbox, 98. Mondo Xbox, 97. Xbox Tavern, 97. So they're not even giving 10s. Like IGN Brazil, 95. It's like, guys, DualShockers 9.
That's just the mask. That's just the mask slipping. That's just the mask slipping.
But and when it's Metacritic, it's still weighted. Like the smaller sites just don't matter. And in most of those, I think Somos Xbox is one of the only ones that's actually a top critic on OpenCritic. It's just, it's not hard. Yeah. It's not hard to figure out or understand. It's really
I just couldn't believe I saw it.
Well, it's the random pot shot.
I saw a YouTube clip.
The random pot shots at Starfield are what just kill me. It's like I'll be watching like friggin' different things, like Games Done Quick, and then Starfield pops up, and then it's just people I know and I like just immediately start shitting on it. And it's like, there's nothing else like this. And it's also funny because it's a lot of the same people who are like, well, you got to worry about the devs and their feelings. When something's hacked, you can't cover it because it's going to hurt their feelings. And then you spend half your year just shitting on people in their work. And it's like, well, what is it? Do you care about how they feel? Or are you just happy to take pot shots to get the dopamine rush of having the current online zeitgeist of shit on Starfield whenever you can to keep feeding that? And it's just like, either you actually care about devs and you want to treat them well, or you see what went on with both Redfall and Starfield, or even with Redfall, you could see the people at Arcane being really hurt by fellow industry people that work in gaming, not coverage, but actually make games, shitting on the game nonstop. And it's like, either you do care or you don't. And this Starfield, and it always ends up being the same shit. And people want to call it an Xbox tax in a billion different ways, but it is an industry full of people who didn't grow up with this platform and don't want to know it well, don't care about it, and feel free to just shit on it in a way they never will on anything else. And that's what's frustrating and sucks.
Yeah.
And why I made a thread, because I was
anyway,
very annoyed.
I don't know. I saw a clip where someone's like, I saw a clip where someone was like, I mean, Ghost of Tsushima's an 83, but the general consensus is that, it was an amazing game. Starfield's an 83, but the general consensus is, it's like, nah, man, they're both 83s. They're both 83s. Like, it is what it is. The fact that a few journalists who prefer PlayStation talk about it a lot doesn't change the fact that it's an 83.
Well, like Death Stranding was an 81 and got nominated at the Keeleys.
But Forza Horizon, which was a 92 or a 91.
This stems back to the discussion we were having about Microsoft and what they need to be doing. That little soundbite you heard from that show that isn't in the gaming bubble. You need to keep pushing your exclusives. You don't need to, at this point, give up. You've just invested $70 billion. Push hard, right? Because eventually, all of this industry is going to have to come to terms with the fact that you are once again, back in the 360 generation, you were the place to play once again, you are going to be a place of worth, right? And that's just got to stick with it. All right, don't give up yet.
It's not just that though. It's not just that. At least give, like, you've just bought ABK. At least give ABK a chance, and Bethesda, now that they're starting to put out some games, give those two acquisitions a chance to see what fruit it bears. Like, give it an opportunity before you just wave the white flag. Like, as I said on the other shows, there isn't. So when we first used to discuss PlayStation games going to PC, and we saw a lot of PlayStation fans melting down and getting upset, and I kept saying even back then, guys, relax. There isn't this swathe of PlayStation owners just biding their time, waiting to sell their PlayStations to buy a $3,000 PC. That's not a thing. Like, that's not going to happen, right?
The console market exists for a reason.
Yeah. That's not going to happen. Don't stress. And here we are, all these years later, they've been putting games on PC, and has it dented PlayStation sales? Not one iota. In fact, the PlayStation 5 could be on track to being their best-selling console. So, in the same way, there isn't all these PlayStation gamers waiting to sell their PlayStations for PCs, there aren't all these PlayStation and Switch owners just waiting to buy all these Xbox exclusives. And that Microsoft needs to understand that. Like, I'm hoping they understand that. Like, PlayStation owners, as we've seen from the Insomniac leak, PlayStation owners already don't really buy their own exclusives. We've seen the sales numbers. So if they're not really buying their own games in massive, massive numbers, because remember, we're talking about, like, PlayStation stands above the other two by a mile, including Nintendo. Don't look at the Wii and the Switch. They're outliers. Go and look at Nintendo's other consoles. They don't even sell anywhere close to the Wii and the Switch. PlayStation 1, 100 million. PlayStation 2, 150 million. PlayStation 3, 85 million. PlayStation 4, 120 million. Like, every single console sells a shit ton of units. So when you factor that in, their games don't sell very well. So if those PlayStation owners aren't buying their own games, what makes Microsoft think that they're going to buy Microsoft's games in massive numbers?
Yeah, I don't think it's a thing.
It's broken logic. It's broken logic.
And look, let's use this conversation to kind of segue. So, shareholders meeting, you know, as we know, the Activision Blizzard King acquisition is done and dusted. We're in full swing now. Right, they're working out how this is going to work. And this was a quote from Satya Nadella at this shareholders meeting. Firstly, in gaming, we're doubling down, rapidly executing on our ambition to be the first choice for people to play great games whenever, wherever, and however they want. We were thrilled to close our acquisition of Activision Blizzard King this fall, and we look forward to sharing more in the coming months about how, together, we will bring the joy of gaming to more people around the world. Now, you could take that quote as just a standard Satya Nadella talking to shareholders quote, right? It doesn't say anything, but let's be clear in that
he does say stuff later.
Yeah, Microsoft has always signaled their intent to
be everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. I think a later on quote, one of the investors asked about the health and future of Xbox, right? And this is probably the quote you're referring to. His reply was, "We're very excited about everything that's going on in gaming, especially with the close of Activision Blizzard King. We think that now we have the ability to do what we really always set out to do, which is to build great games and deliver them to folks across all platforms, right? Which is Xbox and consoles, the PCs, and now even including mobile gaming and cloud gaming. We're excited about the future. We want to do our very best work in gaming. It's a core business for us. I see tremendous synergy between what we're doing up and down the AI stack. Yeah, let's get everyone AI. Blah, 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 blah. So gaming is strategic to us." So
he then again later mentions PlayStation and Nintendo specifically.
Does he?
In another clip, which also has people in a tizzy.
In the same...
I'm pretty sure that one. I thought that one was about COD and ABK. That was an older.
Yes.
He was asked about COD and ABK. They can be a great third party publisher on Nintendo and
I don't think
Sony.
so.
I thought that's what
I
it
don't
was.
think it was about ABK. I think it was about them. Yeah,
Well, they are a great publisher
look,
on those platforms now.
I want
they literally
to
are.
use a quote from you, Nick. I want to use a quote from you
Mhm.
to talk about this and frame this. Maybe I think, and I'm paraphrasing your quote. Feel free to correct me on it. But you've always said that sometimes you felt Microsoft, generally as an entity,
They don't get it.
Get gaming. Right?
They
Doesn't
don't
get it,
understand gaming. They don't.
right? I would like to posit to you that I can't help but feel with these rumors bubbling that there's I almost imagine there's a very fierce discussion internally about the select few that
100%
do
there
get
is.
it and the people that want to just I just want to make money, man. What's the problem?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of internal struggle at Microsoft right now. Like, if I was to guess, right? And please, this is just my opinion based on everything that's floating around. If I was to guess, there'd be people in the Xbox camp up high, your Sarahs, your Matts, and all that are like, no, lock it all the fuck down. All of it. COD, Minecraft, everything. Lock it all down. And then you've got the Satyas and the Tim Stewarts and the business guys that are all about this, who don't quite understand gaming. They just see it as another business like Office and blah, 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 who just think, well, hold on, when we put Office everywhere, look how much money it brought us. When we put, not understanding that Office applications aren't video games. It's not the same. And this is the problem. When I say they don't get it, they get business, but they don't get, like, right now in Satya's head, my assumption is that Satya believes that if he puts all his Xbox games on PlayStation and Switch, they're just going to be rolling in money. They're just going to be printing money because they're going to be selling so many copies of all these games. So they're just going to make all this money. But he doesn't understand that, well, hold on a second, are you? Because if you're going to now put Starfield on PS5, let's say, hypothetically, that's going to cost money to port that. Are you going to sell enough copies on PlayStation to justify that port? Are you going to sell enough copies of Hi-Fi Rush to justify the cost of porting it to Switch? It's not a movie where you film the movie and now you can put it wherever you want. You've got to pay. It's like, think about it. Imagine if Marvel had to make Avengers every time they put it on a new platform. Would they still do it? No. Or would they just do it on Disney Plus?
Yeah.
Imagine.
There's
so
also,
that's the part I think Satya doesn't quite understand.
I also, and look, I know that there is a lot of disagreement in amongst this community, right? There are some people
amongst this panel,
even amongst this panel, like personally, on a personal level, that just I want to play video games. I don't give a shit, right? But I can also take a step back and look at the community that we support, that support us, right, and that have supported the Xbox platform, and I can understand and empathize and say, if Microsoft were to make that decision, the evangelists, this community, the Clobrills of the world, who have basically done a better job of marketing the Xbox platform in the down times, right, that have garnered so much support from this community, those kinds of evangelists that exist will evaporate. They will depart this platform. And look, I'm just being. This is just fact. And you could say, yes, so what? Well, I'm sorry. Some of the reason that PlayStation is the de facto is not just because of their games. It's because of the evangelists and the discussion around it, right? And Xbox is on an upward trend, right? The Indiana Jones reveal, I feel, proves that point. And if you do that, and those evangelists will take you to task, the journalism side of it, with the masks on, will, it makes perfect business sense. Yeah, absolutely great. You won't see any disagreement apart from those that understand and empathize with this point. So there are two mindsets. I understand the ideological war of it. Go on, Jesse. I mean, you're in a different camp on this, right? So I feel
I'm in the camp of the only point I ever hear is worst case scenario. It can't. It's always just immediately. Well, if they do this, then and you get the impassioned takes from Jez on Twitter. Well, might as well just go third party on everything. When the only rumors have ever been a couple of things here and there, I wouldn't just need it explained to me. I don't think it would be the end of anything. I don't think it would be a trend to they being the only one that just goes third party and there's no more hardware. Like their whole thing again is wanting their store everywhere, including their own hardware. So they would not do the thing that would kill their own hardware because they want and need their own hardware. And every single time I hear these conversations, it always is, I'm just hypotheticaling here. They're just not going to have hardware anymore. And I'm afraid of that. And it's like, yeah, I get that too.
I told you where that comes from. I was upfront about that. Like, there's a lot of Sega fans who have Dreamcast PTSD that don't want to see a console they love go away again.
Scourge is in the chat with that exact phrase.
Sega was a tiny company who made a lot of awful decisions for decades straight and didn't make any money. And Microsoft's the most evaluated company on the planet. So it is a entirely different situation where Xbox makes a lot of profit. It's not going anywhere. It's their only front-forward customer-facing thing, and they are going to have their own store and hardware for that store because that is the biggest way. Now, eventually, if they can penetrate PC and break that death grip of that Steam's had for like a decade or so, in some fashion, that will be by far their biggest thing because that is just so huge. But it's not going to be big enough ever for them to go, oh, we don't need hardware anymore. That's not worth it.
Yeah, and I think there is a world here where you can say, you can say to your Xbox community, yeah, look, okay, here's the reality. Xbox Game Studios games, they're always going to be first party, but anything we make that is live service
based. Tom in the chat. I want to have the big head. Now I get the big ego like Nick always
Tom Warren in the chat says Jesse gets it. So I think there's a world where they can say, hey, all Xbox Game Studios first party, it's always going to be exclusive. Hey, when we make a live service game, though, we're going to
Discord for a second.
Tell the man who knows more than you could ever dream to what's going on with Microsoft.
And this is a conversation with the community as well.
If you have an opinion,
if you have an opinion, drop us a super chat. Let us know what you think. But do you think that there's an acceptable world, a tightrope that Microsoft can walk, as an example, where they can say, do you know what? We were honest with you. We said Bethesda case by case, right? We said Activision, COD's going to stay multi-platform. We're going to continue that. Bethesda is case by case. Hi-Fi Rush is a Bethesda game. That's case by case. But everything Xbox first party and that isn't a live service, it's always going to be exclusive. Do you think, and this is a question to you, Jesse, as I guess, someone with this opinion, do you think that that's an acceptable tightrope that the community would accept from Microsoft? Do you think there's a good way of explaining this?
It would depend entirely on their reasoning and if they can sell it. I don't know. I think that's the main thing for me is I would have to be sold on it to really get it. It wouldn't upset me no matter what, because I don't think it would change much, and I don't care if other people get to play it. I don't think it would change that much because I don't think the big things that would actually sell would be multi-platform anytime close to launch, if ever.
I do wonder if some of the Insomniac leak has fueled some of this discussion inside Microsoft. Yeah. Because from their perspective, right, well, they're looking at their market leader who in private documentation that is unfortunately now just out in the world, effectively saying, shit, this is unsustainable. And we're the fucking market leader, ladies and gentlemen. This is unsustainable. How are we going to do this? How are we going to pivot? How are we going to break a game into two parts and sell it to our customers twice at $70 a piece? How are we going to make games sustainable for our platform going forward? And I wonder if to a certain degree they're looking, they're going, okay, well, if PlayStation are thinking this, maybe we need to rethink our strategy a little bit. Now, we can make this reasonable assumption and discussion here, but the problem is always going to be for Microsoft presenting that message back out to the community. I think, it's a complicated topic, and too many people get caught in their feels and they get caught in their console war tribalism of it. And I understand and empathize to a degree, but Microsoft is a business, and gaming at that level at PlayStation's
Well,
level is clearly not sustainable. So they have to do.
Like I said, I've been open about it, even though Jesse gets annoyed. I have been open about my fears. You all know, as much shit as I get from everyone, I don't want Xbox as a hardware platform to go away.
Because I'm not annoyed by it. I just disagree that it's a thing that could happen.
Even though I don't particularly play all their games, I prefer their platform. I prefer their ecosystem. And it's funny, like, the other reason I get worried about a potential future where Xbox just says, you know what, we're done with hardware, is like, I had this debate with someone in Discord, and we discussed a hypothetical situation where, let's just say there was only one man standing, one of Nintendo, Xbox, or PlayStation. Just one of the three. And you can pick the one, right? Who would you pick? Now, most people are going to go, you're Xbox fanboy. That's why you pick Xbox. Yeah, I do pick Xbox. Of course I'd want Xbox to be the last one standing, even though I don't play their games. And if you give a shit about games, you'd pick Xbox too. And you might be, why? Xbox makes sucky games. No. Don't worry about the games. All the talent that exists in the world right now, making video games, they don't disappear if Sony and Nintendo go away. You can still get your fantastic games on whoever is left behind, whether that's Xbox, Nintendo, or PlayStation. Don't even worry about the games. Put the games aside for a sec. They're not going anywhere. Neil Druckmann will still be there to walk the Golden Globe red carpet and not have anyone take photos of him. He'll still be there, right? If Sony goes away making consoles, he'll still be there. If Xbox goes away, who's going to champion backwards compatibility? Nintendo won't. I doubt Sony would if they're the only one left behind.
With no
who's going to champion? Yeah, with no competition. Who's going to champion for backwards compatibility? The other reason you want Microsoft being the one left behind. Now, people say, but look what they did with Xbox One. They tried to DRM us and they tried to this. Yeah, they did. They did try. And what happened? What happened? Gaming media held them to account. Xbox gamers held them to account. PlayStation gamers held them to account. And what they do? They reversed. How many times you see Nintendo or PlayStation reverse anything? Any takers? That's why you want Microsoft left behind. Because Microsoft gets held to account. So if somehow PlayStation went out of business and stopped making consoles and Nintendo stopped making consoles, do you think the IGNs of the world and all the others that go in on Xbox now are going to stop? Of course not. They'll keep going. If anything, they'll go harder because Microsoft's the only one left behind. And as we've seen, Microsoft will respond. They went to double gold, and what happened? Bang, they copped it. They went to DRM us, bang, they copped it. So Microsoft is the one that you want left behind. Because at least you have a company that may respond and may listen to feedback, as opposed to two companies that don't give a flying fuck what you say. The only time I saw Sony respond and reverse was on Horizon Zero Dawn, I think. Was it Zero Dawn or Forbidden West? The upgrade. They said it was going to be free, and then they went to charge everyone. And then they reversed it. And the only other time...
Here to this point is yes, but only with the other competition they're pushing them. If they had no competition, if they were the only company left behind, they wouldn't have to listen to shit because they're the only ones left. Yeah, what are you going to do if you're the only one left? That's my point. You're saying you want Microsoft left, but
that's why I said at least you've got a company left behind that may respond and may still listen, and they will.
That's only in the world where they have competitors. If they have none, well, it doesn't really matter what gamers think because where else are you going to play, people? If you're a console gamer only, where else are you going to go? Sorry, suck it up. This is how we're doing things now. That's why competition is good. And I would argue...
I know competition's good. We were discussing a hypothetical scenario.
I know. I'm just saying...
In the hypothetical scenario, they would all be equally shit. Because they have no reason to not be. They have zero incentive
I didn't say they wouldn't be shit.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't say they wouldn't be shit.
You said maybe Microsoft would be better. And no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't be better.
No, I didn't. I said they're a company that's left that may respond to feedback and may listen because they do now.
No, but they wouldn't.
That's all I said.
Yeah, and I'm saying they wouldn't.
So you don't think all the gaming media that hold them to account now wouldn't still try and hold them to account?
No, if they have a full-on monopoly on console gaming, no, they wouldn't give a shit. They would be a full-on monopoly. They couldn't. Why would they care?
They might try, Nick. I understand where you're going. They might try, but I think the point that Jesse and I are trying to make is in this hypothetical scenario, the Microsoft that listens to feedback now would no longer exist because they have no one to lose out to. Oh, Microsoft, you shouldn't do this. Where else are you going to go, buddy?
So Microsoft aren't basically a monopoly in home PCs?
Yes,
they were, and they tried to be horrible, and they almost got broken up as a company because of it.
Look at that! So there was a check in place.
Because
you figured it out, boys. You figured it out. There was a check in place.
Your hypothetical has no checks. You literally said if they're the only one left, if they have no Okay, you made a dumb hypothetical. You can just accept how bad it was.
Regulators watch them. Governments watch them. Everyone watches Microsoft, just like Apple. Just like Apple. No one watches Sony. No one watches Nintendo.
Sony just got double hit by regulators in India and the UK. So yes, they do.
And speaking of Apple, the EU is taking steps. And I think an antitrust thing has been launched in the US for Apple, right? Mm-hmm. So there are checks and balances, Nick. You're right.
For those big companies, there are. For those massive companies.
But the incentive to take feedback and listen isn't an antitrust or a government thing at that point.
So you're trying to spin it like I'm saying Microsoft would be this amazing, perfect company. I'm still saying they'd be the lesser of three evils. They'd still be the lesser of three evils. I'm not saying they'd be amazing.
They would listen to people and maybe take feedback. I'm like, well, they might, but they don't. They would have no incentive to anymore because they're not in third place and trying to be better about stuff and pull people in. They win. So they'll just do what they want, and as long as it's not illegal, then no one can do anything because that's what Apple's been for the most part. It's only recently that Apple's finally getting more pushback on stuff.
Yeah, and look, in an effort to maybe just pour some water on things get a little heated.
Nah, people always think Nick and I hate each other, and we don't. We mostly hate John, but don't tell him that.
Wait, what?
Next topic.
Well, it's kind of links to this topic, right? And I think this is another interesting discussion point is, hey, heads up, people. Microsoft got hacked. Ooh,
we're not allowed to report on it because then that hurts the workers at Microsoft, I've been told. That's how it works, right?
Oh, is that how it works? Oh, no, we're reporting on it.
Yeah.
No, that's only works for, certain developers. Russian hackers broke into the mail accounts of some of Microsoft's top leadership. This came out yesterday. Now, the hack actually happened back in November of last year. Now, I find this super interesting, right? So this is senior leadership, some emails. It doesn't go into detail of the who's who in the zoo or anything of that nature, but this is a Russian cybersecurity said it's a Russian SVR spy agency, something to that nature. It's not a security concern on Microsoft's side. It was a limited hack. It's not an insecurity in Windows or anything like that. And they notified employees whose emails were accessed. Heads up. I think that's quite interesting. That's only just come out now.
The timing is interesting. Like, so if the hack happened in November, and it's senior leadership emails that were involved allegedly,
supposedly,
incoherently,
the rumors of Xbox and multiplats and going third party, all that stuff started around December.
Yeah. Now,
so just
who might have discussions about putting claims on other platforms?
So I'm just connecting dots now. Is it possible that all this stemmed from people getting access to these emails, and maybe these emails, just like we saw in the FTC documents, some of these emails were like, hey, Phil, why aren't we putting everything on here? Phil,
why aren't we buying Nintendo?
Maybe I don't want to.
Yeah.
Satya, I really think we should put everything on. Tim, yeah, we should. It'll make us a lot of money. Sarah, no, I don't know. Could it be that there was those emails back and forth? People have taken those and gone, they mentioned Sea of Thieves, and they mentioned this, and they mentioned that. I'm just saying, again, possibilities.
That's it. It's quite an interesting point, right? I remember, what was the quote from Matt Booty? We'll put Sony out of business or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but these are internal communications between senior leadership members of staff who, hey, like human beings, discuss what the strategy is going to be. And I think that's an interesting point you've made there, Nick, is, okay, hack happens in November. Suddenly in December, what's the source for these? We're hearing. From who? How? Well, they haven't decided yet. Oh, and people are going, Microsoft needs to communicate more. What if this is all coming from internal comms where they haven't even made a decision yet? Now, I say that because, we've also heard to the point of, almost categorically, Hi-Fi Rush is happening, right? That is something we've heard. That's not me saying Hi-Fi Rush is happening, by the way, internet, all right? We don't want another. This is what we have heard from other people. I'm not confirming it, but that's very definitive. But I do wonder if this hack in some way is linked to a certain degree to some of the conversation that we've been seeing over the last couple of months. Interesting.
Maybe. And then we saw the other. Let's discuss the screenshot.
Oh, what the Discord screenshot? That
Discord screenshot, because that spread quite quickly especially once some certain PlayStation Twitter accounts got a hold of it. And I think what's happened, there's a couple of possibilities here with that screenshot, because it's all linked to hacks and leaks and third party and multiplat and this and that and the other. And there's a couple of possibilities here. Because again, people need to keep remembering there are some people have agendas with stuff, yeah? Because there's a lot of people out there that just don't.
I got to jump in.
Xbox.
I skipped ads with 1 second before they were going to go. You're all welcome.
And I just wonder with that screenshot, is it possible that this person say new stuff about indie, which all ended up being true? Do they mix in the other stuff so people just assume, that's real? Again, possibilities here. The other possibility is that all of it's correct. And I think to myself, again, knowing, because I look at that, and that's how I get my info, via Discord DMs, just like that. And sometimes that info gets misconstrued. There's been plenty of times where info's been misconstrued, not complete, misunderstood, gotten mixed up. I was half asleep when I read it, and then I say the wrong thing, whatever. And I was thinking about, when I saw that screenshot, it made me think back to the FTC leak. And remember in the FTC leak, it showed that they were looking at ARM, and they were looking at cloud hybrid console. And then I'm reading that screenshot, and I'm seeing OEMs and other manufacturers making Xbox. And I'm like, I just wonder to myself, is that an example of misconstrued information? Because, if you think about it, so let's just say the FTC leak holds true, and Microsoft goes with ARM. Let's just say. Now, ARM, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not great with that tech side of shit, even though apparently we tried a FUD campaign against the PS5 and knew all its specs and all that. With ARM, it's possible to make smaller, more efficient hardware,
in general, it should be more efficient as they get better and better at making it. It's like the layman's take on it.
Yeah. And if they're doing cloud hybrid stuff, so you've got the cloud responsible, just like their grand vision for Xbox One, where the cloud could make it more powerful, because that's what that cloud hybrid shit sounds like, realizing that vision. And I'm reading it, and I think, so what happens if going forward, Microsoft's plan, right, was, we do an ARM console, which is more efficient, can maybe be a little bit slimmer, a little bit smaller, cloud-enabled, but not mandatory, because God knows Microsoft wouldn't want to have that on them again, requiring internet.
Yeah.
So what if they were to do a 2 SKU strategy, just like now, but there's only one retail, and then they do an enterprise version, which is mandatory cloud. That's the one that goes in the server blades. That's the one that goes wherever. And then Microsoft's like, well, we've got the retail Xbox console.
Yeah.
But then we've got the enterprise one that's not front facing. And what if we did a deal with TV manufacturers and say, well, let's get this
TV.
Let's get this cloud enabled one, the enterprise one, into TVs. Because all of a sudden, they've been chummy with Samsung for years. So what if they did a deal with Samsung, LG, TCL, whoever, and said, hey, let's put this enterprise hybrid cloud ARM-enabled Xbox hardware into your TV, your high-end TV, let's say. And then all of a sudden, you've just got basically like an Xbox built into your TV.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's an interesting idea.
Higher end
especially if the
TVs,
technology allows for it.
But what I'm saying is all of a sudden that technically becomes an Xbox console sale, doesn't it? Because it is, that TV is an Xbox. It's a device that can buy games natively, play them natively, as well as stream cloud, blah, 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 blah. Then they go and do a deal.
And then they give those TV providers a cut on their store, you know, a license, whatever, to go.
Maybe, and you get like 3 months of Game Pass, and all of a sudden someone buys their brand new TV.
It's a super interesting
and
approach
goes,
because, I mean, I'm just extrapolating here. You keep your retail audience, you keep your power crown, whatever the case may be, but instead of just offering a cloud portal, you actually have hardware that you license it. I mean, I think that leak mentioned OEMs, right? Well, that is exactly what you would be doing.
And that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm like, is that what they meant by OEMs? So the OEM isn't Samsung making a console. The OEM is Samsung having a TV with Xbox hardware. OEM is
a very expensive
Tesla
TV.
having...
Very expensive TV.
The OEM is Tesla having that that ARM-based enterprise thing in future Teslas. That's the OEM part of it, as opposed to
approach.
All these, you know, Panasonic's going to make an Xbox and Samsung's going to make an Xbox, and do you know what I mean? So maybe that whole OEM thing is misconstrued, misunderstood info. Do you know what I mean? Because again, I've seen that's literally happened to me. So all of a sudden, if they're putting this enterprise Xbox ARM-based hardware in TVs, smart cars, I don't know, whatever. All
Mobile
of a sudden,
devices.
it's not just 30. Yeah, all of a sudden, it's not just 30, 40 million consoles that they've sold. It's 200 million, 250 million, 300 million. And that has a knock-on effect because that's all of a sudden a lot more possible Game Pass subscribers. All of a sudden, maybe third parties can't skip.
You've said all of a sudden
anymore.
like 9 times. I've been counting. I keep wanting to go.
Oh, have I?
The sudden.
Sorry. and then then third parties. I know. I went to say it again. I can't help it. I'm sorry. And then third parties can't skip as easily. Then Sony's money hats aren't as cheap.
It's running. Really? It just decided to stop streaming, which is real. I've never seen that before. So there's no dropped frames or anything. OBS itself literally just the stop streaming button went gray.
Can you connect back on?
Yeah. I'm on.
No, we are. We're back. We're back.
Yeah,
we're back.
Sorry for that. For some reason, didn't press a button. Nothing happened. It doesn't say anything on OBS, but the stop streaming button just went gray and said start streaming. I'm like, what? Wait, what?
Okay.
What the fuck?
I was just
okay.
But yeah, that was
Weird.
just when I saw the OEM.
Next too close.
When
that was Microsoft shutting me down.
Just when I saw that OEM thing, it made me wonder if that was misconstrued information. And I wonder if this is all one big thing where we've got the emails that went around and then we've got this, like, because again, we've seen
interesting theory.
Yeah, we've seen this situation before where stuff gets misunderstood. And I just wonder if that is one of those scenarios. Because I'm like, I'd be surprised if it was just like Surface. So Microsoft's got Surface, but then they've got OEMs that make Windows PCs. So I guess the conclusion you could draw from that is, well, Microsoft's got Xbox, and then they've got a bunch of OEM
That does
consoles.
feel like a very Microsoft approach to things as well. It's a way of like, how else can we make money here? You know, because cloud streaming, great, but having native hardware in something is infinitely better in all regards.
Correct.
All the time.
But the only reason the OEM console thing doesn't make sense is because if Xbox consoles as they are right now aren't selling, why would a Samsung one sell? Or why would
And it wouldn't be subsidized for Samsung or anyone else. Like, it wouldn't
That's
make
right.
sense.
Yeah.
But if it's in the TV, it becomes a different ballgame. Do you know what I mean? That's why I think, is that just misunderstood information going on there?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you know what I mean?
For once, you're not coming off stupid.
Yeah, an interesting idea. Now we're gonna do a little bit of housekeeping and segue into the real meat and potatoes of today's show. He says 2.5
Jesus
hours later.
Christ, we still haven't talked about the main topic.
Oh yeah, the direct.
There was a developer direct. Before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, if you would be so kind as to just reach across with your thumb, move that mouse across the screen, click that thumbs up for us. It really does help us out. And before we do anything else, most importantly, we have a super chat from one of our patrons, Ass4ssin Entertainment, who says maybe they will leak Phil's upcoming schedule for his shelf. We haven't seen that in a while. Joke. Also, Nick, when is Spider-Man coming to Xbox? Yeah, Jez did you dirty
my
there,
god,
bro. Jez did you real dirty.
You know how many people took that seriously?
Lots.
Do you know how many people actually, legitimately took that seriously? I saw people on Twitter going, "Don't listen to this guy. He said Spider-Man's coming to Xbox." I'm like,
first it was
fucking
shrimp.
all right, you stupid Gronk. Like, are you okay?
First it was
Oh my
shrimp.
God.
Now it was Spider-Man. You owe Jez. You know, if we end up in Gamescom and Jez is there, you know, we'll have to have
I'm going to kick the shit out of him.
Cage match.
I will kick the shit out of him. Like, seriously? Why do you think you saw that DM where I'm like, "You're the worst," and he's like, "Whoa." I'm like, don't you understand? Like, people hate me more than they hate Jez.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to take that shit seriously.
And they did. But anyway, enough about that. Enough about all the conspiracy theories. Let's take off
Another
hats.
super chat.
Go on.
Jimmy Yandel, your idea, Nick, make TVs more expensive and TVs break more often. You're missing the point, dude. Like, that's not...
It would be the very expensive
point.
TVs already that are already a lot of money. Like, you're not going to throw it into a $300 TV.
It would probably be in the higher end model in this supposed scenario. I'm not saying they're going to put it in the $200 32-inch TV. Like, it's going to be in the high end. And I'm sure they'd figure out a way to still keep the TV reliable in that world. But you're kind of missing the point of what we were trying to discuss there.
Anyway, hey, Microsoft had a show this week and cut all of the noise and grumbling over going third party right down with
until today
with us until today with a rather good display, I would say. We got a good look earlier this week, and if you missed the reaction live stream, you can go check it on the channel. It was good fun. We had a pre-show. We watched the show together and a post-show where we discussed what we saw, but we're gonna talk about it a little bit more in detail, I would say, today. We got a look at ARA History Untold, Avowed, Hellblade with a release date, a surprise visit from Square Enix, and the finale.
Was it a surprise?
No, it wasn't a surprise. It wasn't a surprise for us, Nick, because you surprised Nick was right again. He knew.
He was so happy about his little post-it note in the background.
He had a little post-it
Did you like
note
that?
written.
Did you like that? I had that post-it note there from the night before, just waiting. And then I'm like, oh, hold on, there's Square. Wait, is it Visions or is it Final Fantasy XIV? I'm like,
it was a square post-it note. I should have known.
Yeah, the clue was in the shape.
Blue like PlayStation. Oh,
really good show, I thought, from Microsoft. I mean, we already are a big fan. I think all of us are of the developer direct format. And this again was great across the board. And let's talk about the games and chat. If you have opinions, if you have thoughts on any of the games shown, send your super chats our way. We'll read them out. Avowed, first of all, you know, we've seen a little bit of this before. I think reactions to Avowed when it was shown previously, the colors looked overly saturated.
Yeah.
Looked a lot better this time around. Like,
it wasn't. I would say the one thing that a lot of people are. It definitely wasn't just them playing. It was them in like a dev mode, and then having things run through, which I think is why it looked a little off on combat. Because a lot of times it was very clearly, we're going to stick these two models here and have them do a thing on a loop, and then we'll parry, and then we'll block. And so it makes it, I think it made it look a little too stilted. If they could have actually just gotten, I'm just running around playing, everything's on. It's definitely not, I stuck these two creatures here and I have them doing specific things I want you to see. I do think that part of it has gotten people to be like, oh, it looks so old. And it's like, by the time it comes out, I bet you it's going to flow better. This was definitely, don't go overboard in the vertical slice time. Don't spend too much time putting together a trailer because it's probably pretty far off. and they don't want to.
That
takes a lot of time.
End of the year.
Yeah,
end of
September-ish,
the year.
October-ish, at the earliest.
I do. Part of the reason I don't do these reaction things is because I don't react in real time. Because I'm just watching, again. And a lot of the time I feel like I'd rather not react initially, because especially when you're getting up early in the morning. I'd rather not react initially and then watch again later in the cold light of day. And I have to say, with Avowed, I stick to my guns with what I said in the stream. The lighting, massively improved. Yeah. Like, great lighting. Really, some of the better lighting I've seen
in our public Discord. Someone was like, "This lighting is horrible," and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
That's some of the better lighting I've seen in a game. And again, remember what I've always said. To me, great lighting can make even a mediocre-looking video game look great. So, I sent people examples when I was in Risket's podcast. I was talking about Tomb Raider, the original Tomb Raider with ray tracing on. And it looks like a different game. Same models, nothing's been improved. No textures, no polygons, no nothing. All they did was ray trace everything. And it's like a new game. It looks stunning.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what I mean about lighting being the most important thing. Because when we first saw Avowed last year, like it looked kind of funny.
And there was a thing that came out later and it was like, the way it was captured, the colors were crushed and it was too vibrant and things were just off. Also, I think more time doesn't hurt, but because who knows how long ago even those assets were. Like, we found out what Clockwork Revolution's look was like a year old more because they were ready for the year before. So you never know, because putting this stuff together does take a long time and they don't want to constantly do it. It's why, you have your shorter and shorter marketing beats lately. So with this one, who knows when this was taken from exactly what build, like all that type of stuff. Because as we found out with God of War 2018, that game was bad and looked bad until like 6 months before it launched, and then it all came together. So you never know in the long run.
I will say two things. One, I thought it during the stream, but didn't want to say anything again in case I was reacting too quickly. The combat did seem not floaty, a little bit floaty, but I don't know, it felt like, how the really good games, their combat feels visceral and like you're really feeling that impact when you shoot someone or punch someone or just in this it looked a bit, I don't know.
This looks like a first-person RPG first game because it's still about your character and the build and stuff. So
I get that, but like we always talk about, there should be a lot of cross-pollination between these Xbox studios. You've got studios at your disposal that get that stuff and do it really well. Maybe ask for some help and say, hey, when I slash this lizard, how do I get it to feel impactful so it really feels like I'm fucking sticking it in his head and he's responding to it.
I'm rooting this lizard.
And the other thing, I feel like Avowed, like Obsidian didn't do themselves many favors because that first CG trailer, which obviously we now know 100% was CG, sets a very, 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 very different tone, even thematically, to what we've seen since. So I don't think that did them any favors either. Because a lot of people, like I went back and watched that trailer again because I'd kind of forgotten it. So I went back and watched that trailer again and I'm like, wow, that's a really different tone. Like a super different tone to what we're seeing now. So I think they set people's expectations here and then went here. Yeah. And not that here is bad, but here is very different to where they had originally started.
I think this is a big deal as to why a company that isn't Obsidian making a a trailer.
You read the super chat.
I read the super chat and my brain misfired. Making a trailer without really having, the full grasp of what the art style is and then releasing it can backfire on you a bit. And I agree. I think, the original CG trailer gave a much darker, grittier look and feel thematically than the Avowed we get.
Which was weird because Pillars isn't that.
Exactly, right? So, and we knew it was a Pillars game in that universe. But you look at the the color saturation, and it is still a very bright and vivid game. And some of the environment work looks phenomenal. And it's interesting because I'm going to read this super chat. Jimmy Yandel, he says, I don't know if it's only me, but Avowed combat looks like a VR game.
Yeah,
I actually
a little
saw,
bit.
I think Paul Tassi from Forbes say, I can't think of a better word. It looks a little VR-y. And I think that is that aspect of first-person combat slicing animations and the lack of reactivity in this early build from, the enemies, the lizard creatures that they were fighting. It did give it a bit of a vibe. However,
Floaty, almost floaty. Like you saw Indy when he was punching that guy in the face. You saw it like a yep.
And I think that's a good counterpoint. I think a lot of the discussion, and we'll get to Indiana Jones, a lot of the discussion around that was, if it's first person,
I know.
combat feel right. Hello, Machine Games, Starbreeze, The Darkness, these guys can do this shit. Regardless, it's an Obsidian game, right? And I think Obsidian have proven more than capable of delivering high quality, interesting, deep RPG experiences. Like I know that Obsidian fans and RPG fans are going to enjoy their time in Avowed. I'm not like, oh no, this looks a little. It's early days, right? We're
think
still
that
like
too.
9 months out. So,
and that key art. Oh my god,
so good! I'm just gonna go right back to that.
Oh my god, that key art.
That key art is phenomenally pretty.
How did they not have an animated theme ready for Xbox consoles?
Yeah.
Like seriously.
It's probably, I would imagine it'll probably end up being part of when the game's close. Like they normally do the things for them once a game is closer out as part of marketing beat.
Yeah. So I saw a tweet, I think, from Tom Warren when he was about to there's a new dashboard and I was waiting to read Avowed. Cyberpunk.
Bro.
That's a nice one too.
It is pretty though, the new Cyberpunk one. It's pretty nice.
Back to indie.
It's pretty nice.
I was just that Avowed key art. I had to have it without the logo. And there was a friend of mine, WRSNTY on Twitter, I think it is. WRYSNTY, who somehow got it without the logo. Oh,
probably used AI.
I tweeted it out and I was like, hello everyone. No Avowed logo, and I made it my phone wallpaper. It's very pretty. It's so nice. It is so nice.
Take these down. Oh, hey, look, there it is.
But I've got to, like I said, I've got to say, it's just beautiful. And I have to say, like that original trailer to me gave off very Game of Thrones vibes with a lot more magic.
Yep.
And then I think that's why people are a bit thrown now, because we're now not seeing Game of Thrones, which is what?
Thrown. We're not seeing.
What did I say?
You were thrown, but you also
Game of
Thrones. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a play on words. You were thrown.
Oh, I'm thinking I did say Game of Thrones, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
And obviously now what we're seeing is nothing like that. So it doesn't mean it's going to be bad. I just think that's affecting the discourse around the game now. People aren't discussing for what it is. They're discussing it for what they thought it was going to be.
I think out of everything shown, it's in my layman's opinion, it's probably got the most work to do. Right? I look at that, and that one says to me that it's the one that has the most potential to wibble away from.
Yes, from 2024.
If that happens, it has the most potential to be like early 2025. But hey, let's not paint that brush yet. Let's see. Let's let the developers cook. Games will come.
Personally,
no worries.
To me, based on everything I saw, the only thing that needs tightening up is that combat, having it feel very, very
not the graphics on level
visceral.
3.
I think it looks visually really nice.
Yeah.
Again, because the lighting is blinding me. I like good lighting. I don't care what your models look like if your lighting is really, really good. And I think the lighting in this is fantastic.
Lighting can save a game.
It can. Lighting can make a game go from being really mediocre looking to great looking. Lighting is everything. Lighting is everything.
Next up on the list, and I think this one again, and this is always interesting to me, and this has caused some discussion. We finally have a date for Hellblade 2.
Cold state.
Yeah, yes, yeah. 21st
Lucky
of May.
guess.
I'm sure. Yeah, very lucky guess, Colt. Hang on, wasn't it Exputer that said that, or did Colt say
That
it first?
claimed it.
Yeah,
Exputer
Colt
claimed it.
Yeah, they both said it. Colt first, I think.
Okay.
No,
All right, well,
Colt said it, and then not Exputer. It's the person that contributed to Exputer
okay. Gotcha.
that I think has claimed it.
Fair enough.
Only because on Twitter, I've had people, because the problem is, right, a lot of people tweet in languages other than English.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know those languages, you're relying on the built-in Google Translate on Twitter. So a lot of stuff, again, gets misconstrued. The translation's not quite right. Because I had some comments to me in various languages, and I'd read what Google Translate is saying, and it sounds like an insult, or it sounds like whatever. And then they reply to you in English when you say something, saying, gee, that seems a bit harsh. I wasn't saying that, or blah, 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 blah. And then they reply in English saying, no, it's this. And what a lot of people were saying to me is that person, that leaker, the same person who said that Kiln was going to be at the Direct, which it wasn't, claims a lot of leaks as their own because they've built themselves up a bit of a following. They use that to then claim a lot of leaks as their own. So Colt said it back in like December, apparently.
There's something funny I found, and I'm not going to say the site, but there is a site that is a top critic on OpenCritic, and I went through, and they review everything about a week after embargo, and their review scores are always within 2 points of the current OpenCritic at that time. When I went back to the Wayback Machine, and their reviews have a lot of words that other people use in their reviews. But they're a top critic. Made me think of that, claiming others for yourself.
Yeah, bad behavior. But yeah, so I think the controversy. Yeah, the controversy for Hellblade 2, though, and let's insert the word controversy here. And I think it's not a surprise to me in terms of the scale of the game. I think the big surprise is that it's a digital only release. The pleasant surprise for me is that they were like, yeah, we're not padding this out. This is an intense 8-hour experience, similar length. Beautiful. Similar length to the first Hellblade. Digital only, $50. Have fun. May 21st.
See why my gut instinct was right? Remember how I kept saying that the studio I'm excited about is Ninja Theory? Stuff like this is why. What did I say all along? Please just be the first game, but prettier, with
and better,
a bit more fleshed out combat. And that's exactly what they've done. They fulfilled my selfish wishes. I can't be anything but happy.
I'm very excited.
Yes, of course, there's Gronk discourse, which is 6 years of dev and that's all it is. I wish people, and don't get me wrong, I've been guilty of this too, but I wish people would think just a little bit more before they just let the thoughts spew out of their head. And again, I've been guilty of that too. Like, there's a few things to consider with Ninja Theory. A, they're still a very small team. Comparatively to their peers at Microsoft, they're still a very small team. B, do you honestly believe, as someone who is ripping on Ninja Theory right now for making a short game, do you honestly believe that if Ninja Theory wanted to make an 80-hour bloated slow walk and talk whatever, Microsoft would have said no and wouldn't have funded it if that's what they wanted to do? Clearly, this is what Ninja Theory wanted to do. They just wanted to do the first game and make it look nuts.
Absolutely insane.
That's clearly what they wanted to do, because otherwise, if they wanted to do more, Microsoft would have funded that and let them do more.
And it's disappointing, I think, to see people immediately like, oh, no physical, that's not okay. And I'm like, plenty of games releases digital only. What's the problem?
It is rare that a AAA game releases digital only, like Alan Wake 2, and by all reports, that might have hurt Alan Wake 2's sales, not having physical, by all reports. So I do kind of understand that argument, even if I personally don't care, because I'm all digital anyway. Doesn't affect me in any way.
But it comes down to, did it hurt them more than they would have had to spend to make it? So that's always the thing we don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's what makes it tough.
The other thing to consider with Ninja Theory is
Got the ads again.
COVID hit them at a really bad time. The time, and don't get me wrong, COVID affected everyone. But Ninja Theory were trying to move office, and they're also making a game that was like heavy mocap.
Yeah.
So if you've got 2 years of COVID where you literally can't leave your home, how are you supposed to finish off a game that's almost exclusively all mocap based?
Yeah, really tricky.
Like it. So I feel that extended their dev time by quite a large amount, maybe compared to others. If again, I'm not a dev. I'm not like, so I don't. I'm just in my head. I'm like, maybe. So if COVID maybe added a year for some devs who could do most stuff from home, it may have added the full 2 years to Ninja Theory, who are so small and couldn't work from home because they had to be in the mocap studio. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't.
I think as well, you know, it goes back to the point of they made what they want to make. I mean, we call it a AAA release, right?
I doubt
But,
it has
like-
that huge budget. It's got to be on the way lower end.
Yeah, like I don't necessarily think it would have a AAA budget, right? Again, this is the game Ninja Theory wanted to make. They wanted to make a concise and honestly, as a narrative game, this is effectively a third-person slow over-the-shoulder walk
It
and
is.
talk.
It's
right?
it's their thing that everyone's been asking them to do.
What was it? I saw a hilarious tweet. Oh, Hellblade and Indiana Jones look almost PlayStation-esque. I'm like, oh, because it's a movie game. Because it plays like a movie. It goes from A to B.
No, with Hellblade, I understand. But why did Indy look
because
PlayStation-esque?
it's literally a game of a movie franchise, I think is why it got bundled in there. But,
And Mike in the chat has a good point. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart's a short game. That's like a 10 to 12 hour game, and that was full price.
yep. So
I didn't see too many people whinge about that.
No, you don't. Overall, I'm hyped. I'm glad. Like you might say, oh, they didn't show much. They didn't do like a big trailer. We've seen quite a few different
I know,
snippets from
so
Hellblade.
much of it.
Because it is so narrative focused, they are clearly keeping some big gun set pieces under wraps, I feel.
We saw that giant one, which looked great, with the huge giant, which was the very first trailer we ever saw for it.
Yeah.
That looked
So,
great.
I am. The other interesting thing is the way they've gone for their visuals. And I haven't seen too many people talking about this. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Black bars.
Yeah, I know. We
presenting in a
talked about it on the show.
We did talk about it on the show, but I haven't seen this reaction go out beyond. This is a 21, at least according to the footage, a 21:9 presentation, like a film you'd watch at home.
I wish they
right?
wouldn't do that.
Now that is arguably a way to perhaps push more pixels. Is that how they've achieved 60 FPS? That footage looks.
But how do we even know?
smooth.
How do we even know they're 60?
We don't. The footage looks smooth. It could have been on PC for all we know. But if I was to hazard a guess in terms of feel of how it plays, it may be that on series consoles, because I'm sitting here in front of a 21:9 monitor. So when I play Hellblade on PC with headphones and all of that jazz, I will in theory get a full screen experience with my 4090 pushing all of the bells and whistles. On console, if they wanted to achieve as part of that developer's vision for their product, you know, if they wanted to achieve 60 and really push the visuals, maybe that's the sacrifice they made. Again, I don't know what frame rate the final game on console is going to be.
But the scope is so tight and linear and small. Like this better have a 60 mode. I won't play it if it's 30. I'm not going to play it if it's 30.
God, I hope it's only
Be very
30.
interesting.
I'm not going to play it if it's 30.
Yeah, we don't know.
You have to understand, like, there's different things that will tax a console. I understand that visually it looks incredible, but there'd be a lot of techniques in there that they're using. The game's not physics heavy. It's not AI heavy. It's not a massive open world. It's
We don't
surely
know.
the Series X. Surely the Series X should be able to have a 60 mode. Surely.
We'll see. They would have had to make an enormous amount of optimization for the Series S anyway. So, but look, end of the day, we don't know until they say otherwise. Personally, I will probably play it on my PC so I can enjoy a full screen, bumped up to the gills 4090 playing it. But certainly when others play it on console, and I'll play it there too. I hope for 60, but yeah, let's be honest, it's a very pretty looking game. It's probably the prettiest game yet seen
going
on a
around. Yes,
console.
right now to this point, yes.
Yeah, so
Easily.
we'll see. But Hellblade 2 again, looking good.
Yeah.
Then we have ARA History Untold. Now I think I can speak for the group here. You ain't going to get a huge amount of discussion about us on this one, and it's unfair, to a degree on the devs. It's not that it's a bad game. None of us are particularly big Civ
We're just
players.
not into that genre. Yeah, we're just not into that genre. Like
speaking to people that are, there's lots of excitement for it. It's been in insider testing for a while. I was surprised to not see a date, but wasn't that the one where they said fall 2024 for ARA?
I can't. It might have been. And it's funny. Here's something we can talk about with ARA since we're not in a position to talk about the game as much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there was a lot of speculation about Oxide after this because Aaron Greenberg put out a tweet that was like, "Oh, we hoped you enjoy this presentation from our studios and Square," and everyone's like, "Our studios?"
Oxide got.
And I'm like, hold on. Everyone's like, oh, have they bought Oxide? It's like, no. I think when they said our studios, I think what Aaron was in his head probably meaning was Oxide is their first party partner.
Yeah.
Like it's that whole Moon making Ori.
It's not
a Asobo making flight sim. Yes, Asobo making flight sim. They would have said the same if it was Ori. They would have said the same if it was flight sim. They'd say our studios. That doesn't mean they've bought Oxide. Because if they had bought Oxide, why wouldn't they just say it? Like it's one studio.
Yeah,
like
people. It happens a lot in this bubble. People just like read words and immediately infer meaning. Like, calm down, people. It just means, hey, our teams. The people working with
Xbox
us.
Global Publishing is a studio. It's their studio.
Yeah.
And it's making this game.
That works with partners.
But
I think that's what he meant.
Yeah. But yeah, ARA History Untold coming out fall 2024. Looks beautiful.
PC only for now.
Yes. Yeah. And look, similar methodology here probably to Age. Like, let's get our PC, hijinks in under our belt, and then we'll look at the console version, and you can look forward to that probably in 2025 on console. Then we had the surprise visit. I know I did this the wrong way because Square technically surprised us before we looked at ARA, but we had the surprise visit. It wasn't a surprise because Nick ruined it for us like a couple of days before.
The day before.
Of Visions of Mana coming to Xbox. And a lot of people are like, and Nick, you were like, what?
I said it. I messaged Jesse. I messaged Jesse almost straight away saying, like, no, sorry. I said in the Discord, I'm like, I just got a DM about something that's going to be at the Direct. I'm like, and it makes no sense. It's a third-party game, and it makes no sense that it would be there. And then I told Jesse, I'm like, why would Visions of Mana be there?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to leak that. That's silly. And if
we
it doesn't happen, people are going to call me an idiot.
Yeah, we both guessed it's to make Square happy because they
that was the only thing I could think of. Or to butter them up for an acquisition. Oh. Could you imagine?
I can imagine the salt that would be mined from the internet.
Could you imagine? But yes, I spoke to... okay, so full disclosure, I spoke to Tom Henderson about it. Because I asked him, I'm like, have you heard of what that fifth game's going to be? He's like, nah, just heard, this. And I'm like, I got told a game. And he's like, what game? So I told him what game. And he goes, do something on the show. He gave me the idea. Tom gave me the idea. So I said, okay, I'll put it on a post-it note and I'll stick it in the background where no one will even notice. And then when we saw it, that's when I grabbed the post-it note and went, hey...
It was a delightful moment. Another.
You were reticent to grab it until you knew for sure, even though I knew that was.
Until I knew for sure it was Mana.
I knew
until I knew for sure it was Mana.
I knew the key art from the game because it actually looks really good too. Like, it looks really fun.
Visually, it looks very nice. Yes, it does. It looks pretty. I just have no interest in JRPGs.
Yeah, same. Miles, we're really happy for you, bro. Like, I'm so glad.
I told him too.
Yeah.
And he was... I said to him, I'm like, dude, keep it to yourself, please. And of course, Miles just couldn't hold it in. he had to put out a tweet that was like, "Man, this show could be so good for me." I'm like,
yeah, I saw it. I was like, Miles knows.
I'm like, bro. Anyway,
Yeah. But yeah,
I need
like,
to stop telling friends stuff.
Importantly, Xbox fans, if you're listening, if you're into JRPGs, you need to support them on the console, right? You need to prove to Square, hey, these games will sell here, so don't sleep on it. Like, yes, this panel not particularly big JRPG fans, doesn't mean you can't go out and enjoy it. It looks like a great, beautiful game.
I play plenty
in
of
that genre.
JRPGs. Don't you dare speak for me. I'll review this one now.
Okay,
Just
sorry,
take that,
Reed.
Chengus.
All right. But then we come on to the finale, right? And I think this is the one, and I have loved the salt. Like, I've loved discovering. Like, did you know, Nick, Jesse, did you know, chat, that the majority of video game fans out there actually suffer from terrible motion sickness because of first-person games? Did you know this?
And it does suck because, like,
Resetera.
friend of the site, Mort, does legitimately have issues with motion sickness on first-party games. It is a thing.
A lot of people do.
But now it's everyone. It's just like that becomes the new thing everyone talks about. It's like, no.
A lot of people get motion sickness from first-person shooters. That's been happening for years.
Yeah. Fingers crossed it comes with a FOV slider to resolve some of it.
Yeah.
But another instance of you being right.
It is tech, so chances are it's going to have some good options and be very well optimized.
Yeah. But you were right
interesting
again,
that
Nick.
it's id tech. First and third.
No, they always use it.
Yeah.
That's machine games.
Very minimal third. It is very minimal third.
Yeah.
But
I mean, id tech is what they use. They
third.
do mostly they do first person pretty much in id tech.
Yeah. And I don't know about you guys, but if you haven't seen the reaction, I got a little bit high pitched.
I'm so delighted.
I was so
I'm so delighted.
Honestly, I haven't been this excited. I grew up on this shit, right? And if you're an Indiana Jones fan and you're our age and you're listening, right? If you're young and you're like, Indy, yeah. I saw a clip from Jeff Grubb on a show talking about Indiana Jones, and one of the younger presenters was like, oh yeah, I know Indiana Jones, and he was like, oh great, and yeah, from Fortnite. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm old, right? Indiana Jones, the original archaeologist, adventurer. Forget Nathan Drake, forget Lara Croft.
Not really the original. He was also a rip-off of earlier ones.
I know, but okay, he's the one that made it. Okay,
yeah.
But I grew up on this, and to see Machine Games, a brilliant developer, nail it, in my opinion. Like, everything I saw, I was like,
no one better for a game where you're killing Nazis.
Yeah, that I did see a tweet from Rebellion, who do the Sniper Elite series, saying like, hold up, like we have a stake in this argument. But yeah, like, what did you think of the reveal? Like, I was as everyone saw, delighted. I was very pleased with what I saw. I think it looks great.
It looks like a great video game. It does look like a great video game to play. It looks like one of those games. Again, just with the very brief look we've had, it looks like it's one of those games where I'll really sink in and want to go back to when I'm not playing it, like Prince of Persia, like Alan Wake 2.
Yes.
It looks like one of those games. Like, a lot of the discussion has been around two things: the visual quality and the first versus third. And yeah, again, Machine has never been known as a studio to produce best-in-class visuals. That's not what they've ever been known for. So I don't know why people are so unbelievably shocked.
It's not just best in class. They stylize. They don't go for realism fully. They have light stylization on what they do. Just enough.
I get it. There are some interesting quirks, though, that I found. Like, so for example, a lot of those models didn't look anything. They didn't look bad. They just didn't look like anything special. But then they'd go to such detail as his bandage on his nose was ridiculously detailed. You could see the saliva in his mouth when he was talking.
Speeds of sweat down
Speeds of sweat. So it's like, that's weird. Why would you go to so much effort with those things that no one's going to really notice and not apply that detail to the model themselves? Again, whatever. Like, it's not going to make the game bad or anything. It's just I found that I found that design choice interesting. Given the way the internet works, especially about video game graphics, I was just surprised that that was the design choice they made. Like to focus on tiny little details like the saliva in the corner of his mouth. But then,
I mean, have you
know what I mean?
Like, yes and no. Have you played the recent Wolfenstein games? Not Youngblood, but the other two.
No. I played New Order. I played New Order.
Like, honestly, go back and look at them on like the in. I think they have a 4K mode on Xbox One X, so they should be 4K on series consoles in back compat. Like
only the new Colossus. The other ones are stuck at 1080.
Fair enough, but yeah, like I found that their graphic capability, their environment detail was really, really good, and they focused on good performance as well. I look at it. Yes, Jesse's right. There is some stylization, I feel, but I don't think it. I think if anything, the color vibrancy and the lighting, they produce a very beautiful looking game to me. And I think it's.
I'm not saying it's not.
No, I know.
I'm not for 1 second saying it's not a good looking game. I'm talking about the discourse I've seen where it's like, like Risket had a moment like I have. Where he lost his shit and was like, oh, it looks like a 360 game. He didn't. He was over-exaggerating. Like, sometimes you do. You're having a bad moment, you're having a bad day, and you over-exaggerate and you say something
I've never
silly.
done that in my entire life.
I have. And he's like, oh, it looks like a 360 game. Now, obviously, he didn't literally mean it looks like a 360 game. We spoke about it on his podcast, and he was just... Like I'm saying, some people
what 360 did he have? I want that one.
I mean, he's also very disappointed that it's first person, as is apparently a lot of the internet.
Everyone. And I again, I get it. I understand, right? Like if I said it at the stream, I said it on 2 other podcasts. If you had given me the choice, I would have gone with third too. But the thing is, I would have gone third for the wrong reasons. I would have said third to tick a box. Not because it would actually make the game better.
On previous shows.
Yeah, not because it would actually make the game better. It would actually be to tick a box. Because what other podcasts and what other people have said is, oh, but I want to see Indy. You've got Indy. I want to see him. I want to look at him. And it's like, why weren't these complaints present with GoldenEye and we couldn't see Pierce Brosnan? We had the zoom in at the start of every GoldenEye level where you got to see the Pierce Brosnan model, and then we went first person and you became James Bond. Why wasn't that as much of a complaint back then? We all just loved GoldenEye.
And it goes back to our earlier conversation on this show where we talked about that other podcast where they're like, I want this on my PlayStation. There is an entire, and this is genuine, like, yes, I have this opinion, all right, sue me. There's an entire generation of gamers that just expect these kinds of games to be a third-person action adventure. And it's so refreshing to me to be in a genre I love. I love first-person games. No, I don't get any motion sickness, not even in VR. And I think it also avoids the comparisons. And I think we've spoken about that before. If you make a third-person Indiana Jones game, guess what you're going to be compared to?
And also, like,
Uncharted.
Indiana Jones is not Uncharted because Uncharted is a murder simulator with very little puzzle work. It's about killing a few thousand people. And this game is most likely not going to be that. It's going to be focused on the immersion of being in these areas and seeing it. Like, even a moment where he's got his lighter and he's just looking at things. That's a cutscene in those games because you can't do that third person because you're too far away. Otherwise, you have to do the God of War thing where you're like right on top of them, which then also doesn't work great in a game like this.
And that's the other thing people forget, including myself. There's not much that you can do in third that you can't in first, but there's plenty in first that you can't do in third.
Yeah, like whip physics is a big one. In third person,
it's a bit more limited. Yeah, it's a bit more limited.
But these are the devs that did Chronicles of Riddick, Butcher Bay, right? We talked about this before the Developer Direct, last week's show. These are some of the devs from Starbreeze that did that game. These are the guys that made The Darkness, right? which is again first-person perspective, but you've got this cool like mechanics, and if they really nail that whip, some of the stuff you saw in the trailer, whipped his legs out to pull it out from under him, punch the other guy, right? Maybe you'll whip the gun out of their hand, but you lose all of that. It just becomes a button press instead of I'm aiming where I want to.
Unless it's incredibly close third person, so you can actually see like it's first person anyways, which is kind of funny because that's what Gears ends up being on Series X. You get really close when you're shooting, and it effectively, and with the way they made the controls feel now, it is effectively just playing a first person shooter with some of the screen blocked, and people are just used to that with Gears, so it feels different. And as long as you don't have the Halo 3 FOV, like as long as you let people see the sides more and you have smoothness, which this game will, because a lot of times motion sickness in first person, if it's juddery, if it's squished, it just doesn't feel right and it hits people wrong in the brain. Like this is going to, that wasn't a problem in the Wolfenstein games. That won't be a problem here where,
Yeah. I'm really, I like, it's the right choice to make for this developer.
Look, it's not even, because you've got to be careful what you say there because people will clip you. It's not about right or wrong, right?
For this developer,
because Arcane, but so is Arcane, and yet they've said that Blade's going to be third person. So in the end, these studios are quite clearly allowed to make the choice they want to make for the games they're making. So Arcane have decided, we're going to have a crack at third person.
Yeah, we want to make this type of game in this way, and like with Hellblade, they want to make this game's length all this, and what Phil has said, we want to empower people to make what they want to make.
Yeah. So it's not about right or wrong. Clearly, that is how Machine wants to do it.
Yeah.
I'm sure internally they would have discussed it. Hey guys, do we go third? Do we go first?
It's Todd, and Todd Howard likes first person. He allows it's
they
a thing.
Almost.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the Bethesda studios do first. All of them.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, and that's obviously the decision they decided. Again, it's not about right or wrong. I'm not going to say I think it's the right call. It's the call Machine has made. As long as the game is fantastic, you'll forget what camera perspective you're playing. If the game is fantastic. If the game is not good, then you're going to have people going, see, if they had made it third, it would have been a better game, blah, blah, blah. As long as the game is good, people will forget what the perspective is. I've said this for years. Just let Microsoft Studios make good games first. Don't worry about checking boxes. Stop, like Phil said, there's no point trying to out Sony. I know that was with console sales, but it should apply to games as well. Don't just... Because we go through phases in gaming. I said this on Risket's podcast. We go through phases. So in the 90s, it was first-person shooters. In the late 80s, it was platformers. Then in the early 2000s, it was something else. Now in the sort of the 10s, I guess you could say, it's become the vogue thing is third-person action adventure. Yeah. Don't just follow that for the sake of following it.
And expensive.
You do what you want to do.
Expensive looking and feeling third-person action adventure is like the thing people want.
Also, Nick, to Jesse's point, like the comparison to Uncharted, and Uncharted has a lot of gun combat, murdering hundreds of no-name bad guys, right? Indy isn't that guy. He's not carrying five different guns, with X amount of ammo in his pockets. He has
they made it sound like
shooter, and he picks up them.
You have the revolver, you'd pick up something. That's about it.
Yeah. But if you watch any Indiana Jones film, he doesn't go on a murdering spree, right? He is solving the puzzle, exploring the area. He'll make his way through and avoid where he can, and that feels like what we're getting in this indie adventure. Some more open areas to navigate through and puzzles to.
It's actually it actually looked almost immersive sim-like.
A little bit, yeah. I'm very excited. Very excited.
I'm gonna feel bad when I take the review code from you, John. Sorry.
What?
And the irony is that when they made an Uncharted movie, they tried to make it more like Indy, and he wasn't just killing 100 million people.
Yeah,
like in the game.
Because
it was about discovering.
Bad.
Yeah, it's just that's right, and that's what I mean. I wish people would stop trying to make Microsoft do what Sony does. Let Sony do their thing. Sony is already discovering that they can't just keep doing that thing. So how about you just let Microsoft do what they want to do and worry? The only thing you should be worrying about with Xbox games and with Xbox Game Studios, you should only be worrying about one thing, and that is that they make the games good.
Damn straight. Preach.
Whether that's first, third, racer, platformer, RPG, a visual novel, doesn't matter. Make sure it is good or great. And the rest of the stuff, don't even worry about it. The camera perspective's not important. Let Machine make the game they want to make.
Yep.
Just let them make it. And shut the fuck up.
Wait.
Like,
there you go.
It's just, it just annoys me because that's fine if you have a preference. That's completely okay if you have a preference. Even I would have said third prior to us discovering it's mostly first. Even I would have said third, and it would have been for the wrong reasons. But I've seen people get so irrationally upset about this
Yeah.
that I'm just like, relax, man.
Just
There's a guy on
Recestra who's infamous for over the top, like, well, that's it. It's just dead to me kind of posts, and he was straight in there within one page. I was just like, here we go.
Just relax a little bit. It's just the camera perspective. It's not going to change anything you're doing. Like, how different do you think this game would have been, realistically? How different do you think it would have been in third person? What would you have been doing differently that you're doing in first now? You still would have been solving puzzles. You still would have been whipping people. You still might have shot some people. You're doing all the same stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay. Like, just let it be a good video game first.
Damn
But,
straight.
you know, let's be honest. I wonder how many reviews are going to be not third person, 6 out of 10.
Oh, I can't wait. This year's going to be an entertaining
It's
year.
every single big release, every biggest release in the history of Xbox that happens every quarter now, we're going to have maybe not Starfield situations, but similar most of the time, I think.
Yeah.
Not third person, 6 out of 10.
There's always something to complain about. There will always be something found that then gets a ball rolling, because like Starfield in the first week or so of its launch, super positive, incredibly positive, not carried by fanboy sites, carried by all the people that got review code and were actually just playing the game on Game Pass. And then hate
Jesse,
started up, and yeah.
You better make sure you give this a 10, because we need to make sure
Prop it up.
we get
It's that guy
Prop
over
it
there.
up.
You got to tell
yeah,
John.
we've got to make sure we get it above 90, because
Don't
we
you
have,
worry, bro.
I've already written.
That
we
10's in
have-
the bag.
Yeah.
we've
John's
got all
written,
the power.
Well, John's already written the skeleton for his, and it's got a 10. I've written the skeleton for Hellblade and Avowed, and they both have. They're 9.8 right now. We don't want to look too biased, you know.
Yeah.
ARA, Svika Brutes, he's super European. He's like, no, a 7 is all I'll start at for ARA.
Got to make sure we
Gonna
get that
get some money.
Metacritic up with all that
Yeah.
sway that we have
with
on
our
Metacritic, all
like
that power
0.1
that we wield.
weighting, we can make it go from an 80, from whatever it is to whatever it is, no matter what we give it.
Yeah.
I'm going
Okay,
to
anyway,
break the system. Fuck the system. I'm going to make
Bit of
India
housekeeping.
95. Single-handedly, I'm going to make India 95. You just watch.
It's a lot of
I will.
beaches.
You just watch.
We've got 380 people watching right now. Do me a favour, folks. Hit that like button. That'd be lovely of you. The second piece of housekeeping is I need to go and relieve myself. So it's time for Name a Game. Is he on the ball? Is he pressing the button?
No, I like making you wait. It's funnier. But you're leaving.
Oh, okay.
Why would I hit? Fine, I'll hit it now.
I'm going
Whatever.
for a bit. See you later.
Hey, what a great time to go, because now
So-
he's gone.
So
and
yeah,
we're-
John's given everyone way too much information, and it's completely unnecessary to tell everyone
I've
why he
pissed
needed
twice
to leave.
during the show, so I honestly don't know why he felt the need to say anything.
I'm just the grown-up that holds it.
Yep.
But
Cool.
yeah, this is
Oh, I never
Name a
gave you the
Game.
thing.
Name a Game. Name a Game. Oh yeah, buzzing. Name a Game is where the greatest game show in video game
Greatest.
podcasts that I stole, where we take names of games and we change the words with synonyms, and then me and John have to guess. John and I have to guess the name of the game. Oops, no, don't do that. So we also, as part of our acknowledgement of our fantastic patrons, John and I play for patrons each week, and whoever wins, they get a choice of a free game. Jesse can reach out to you, or you can reach out to Jesse, and there's a list of
from
games
the list
you can pick from.
Yeah, don't just ask me for like Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
I actually had someone. So there's a patron. We have a patron who I won't reveal who they are, but they may be someone that works within the industry. That's as much detail as I'll give. That won Name a Game one week, and I reached out to them in Discord. I'm like, hey, you've won Name a Game. You get to pick a game from the thing. He's like, can I take Alan Wake 2? I'm like, bro, that's not how that works. I'm like, there's a list and you get to pick from them. He's like, don't worry about it then.
Next logo broke. Scoreboard's being weird today.
So did mine. I'm
There.
the Xbox Era logo.
Oh yeah, no, I changed it. Nick was the Nintendo logo. I don't know why it broke.
Oh wow, okay.
So this week, it's funny. I spent a long time going through our patron list and realizing there was a lot of long-time patrons we have not played for, which I felt really bad about.
Oh.
So I have now gone about 10 weeks ahead and lined up all the patrons that we're playing for to make sure I try and cover just about everyone.
Okay.
So this week, I am playing for Dreams, patron named Dreams. And John, now you're going to be surprised we've never played for this person before.
No way.
John is
I've
playing
seen the name.
for Morventhus. We've never played for Morventhus
Oh
before.
my god, I'm sorry.
I know. I just, yeah. I mean, I guess that's
he
guess-
deserves it.
I guess that's a good thing because it means now we've got a lot of patrons. We're getting to the point where we've got nowhere near covering everyone. So yes, I'm playing for Dreams, and John is playing for Morventhus this week. So let's jump into buzzing. And what is the theme?
The category
for this week
Jesse? Is games released in 2003.
Oh my god.
I think that I'm pretty
let
sure
me
that's
just
when
put my
Emperor's
code.
Tomb was, which is why I chose it.
Who?
All right, so one of them's going to be Emperor's Tomb.
No,
What's Emperor's Tomb?
Indiana Jones
It's
and
an
the
Indiana
Emperor's Tomb.
Jones game.
Is that the one that's backwards compatible on OG Xbox?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's.
Yes.
Oh, no, is it Emperor's Tomb or is it
Yep.
the
It's
Lost
Emperor's-
City of Atlantis? Is
it's
the
Emperor's
point and
Tomb.
click one, isn't it? Cool.
See,
Okay.
there's already an Indie Jones that's exclusive to Xbox.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, on Coffee with Cabeza this coming week, if you have time, can you do a playthrough of Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay?
I don't own it.
Have you got it?
I don't own
You
it.
don't own it? Oh, okay. Okay.
I might own it on Steam,
Really good game.
but I'm playing through Wolfenstein right
You
now.
might.
Palworld and Wolfenstein
Fair,
is what I'm
fair,
playing.
fair.
Wolfenstein.
I started playing Wolfenstein the
Okay.
day before they announced that Indiana Jones was going to be at the Direct. I just wanted to play it. I had no idea. And people still don't believe me.
Mm-hmm.
But all right. Question number 1 in the
Wolfenstein.
category of
Wolfenstein.
video games released in 2003. We are starting with... It's going to be such a pain in the ass to get this
So that's
into
OG
private chat.
Xbox. That's OG Xbox,
This is,
PS2,
yeah,
GameCube.
this is-
Okay.
Yes. And potentially
GameCube,
PC.
Yeah. Okay.
Arcades.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Not quite Dreamcast, unfortunately.
I might have one. There's a Dreamcast game in here. All right. The number
Really?
1 is... What? Why did it disappear? Spirit Quality 2. One word. Spirit Quality 2. Spirit Quality 2.
Spirit Quality 2.
God damn it. I didn't copy the right thing. Hold on. Sick.
Spirit Quality.
Soul Calibur 2.
Correct.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Oh boy,
That's
I
the
gotta
wrong
figure it out.
spelling of caliber.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
But it works. It works.
Oh, yes, it's the wrong yes, it's the wrong spelling. Yes. Of course it is. Is it close enough to understand and get? Yes. That's all we need. Oh, I can't fit this one in. Holy shit, this is too long. I've got the text way bigger. This isn't super long, but it's pretty long. Number 2, as I clear the buzzers, is Here, I'll put it in private chat for you first because it's pretty long. Sovereign of Iran, the Anakin hates this of chronology. Sick.
Oh,
Sick.
oh no!
Prince of Persia, the
Prince of
Sands Time.
Persia, the Sands of Time.
Correct.
Thank you for that rollback net code.
No, you beat him by a full second for me.
Oh, wow.
And there's about a 4-second delay this time, Chad. I've got it on ultra low, which is probably why it was stuttering earlier. Still worth it.
Okay.
All right, resetting the buzzers. Number 3, God, there's so many fucking windows to get through to actually get to. Fuck private chat. Number 3, Sprocket and Bonk, becoming Arnold's most over-the-top movie. Sick.
Oh, piss off. Ratchet and Clank, I think, Going Commando.
Get it right.
Correct. Sweep.
Clean sweep, motherfucker.
Wow.
Oh, he's fire. Yeah.
Damn.
I knew all 3 and just got in too late.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Luck of the draw sometimes. Okay, wow. Way to go.
All the pressure's off now. I'm fine. I can just relax.
Just remember, this is how last year started. You were like 8 ahead.
I know.
He's not being full of himself. He's not pulling a Nick. All right. The next one for funsies is Troy Baker in the King's Coffin Chamber. Sick.
Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb.
Correct.
Nick, if I score 10-0, I get triple points.
You're not.
Right?
No one's getting this one. This was my. If either of you get this, I'm extremely
This will be the one that I get, yeah?
No,
This will be the one that I get.
no, because this one is Golem Gendarme. Golem Gendarme. Golem.
Can you put that
Can
in?
you put it in the chat? How's
Yes.
Gollum spelled?
Golem Gendarme. Gollum. Like the Golem at the end of The Old Blood. Wolfenstein.
Is this one word?
This is one word, but it is a word and then another word capitalized.
Like a compound word.
Yeah, compound, but that second word is capitalized. No hyphen. There are hints I can give that would give this away pretty easy, even though you won't know what Gendarme means.
I reckon I've got a rough idea what this one might be as well.
Rick got it.
Gendarme.
I'm trying.
What
to
is a
remember,
golem?
I'm trying to remember.
What is a
It's like
golem?
a-
I know what a golem
stone
is. Yes,
creature-y
I
thing?
know what a golem is. I'm trying to remember now.
No one's got in chat.
This one was a Dreamcast game, wasn't it?
No, this is an original Xbox game.
Oh, then maybe it's not the game I thought it was. Oh,
It's
then
one
maybe
that
I don't
John
know.
has talked about on this podcast before. It led to not a sequel, but a game in the same IP that he did not get to review that he wanted to. I thought that would give it to him.
Golem.
I ended up reviewing
a game
it.
in the same IP. Who ended up reviewing it?
This guy right here.
Same IP, but I didn't get to review it.
Yep, because it was coming out at the exact same time as multiple other things.
For some reason, I thought this was that Dreamcast game with David Bowie in it. That's what I was going to say, but it's
No.
not that.
No, it's not Omicron, the Nomad Soul. I don't know how that would be one compound word.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I realised. I was trying to remember the name of that game, but for some reason I had that game in my head. Golem? Gundam.
Gundam.
2003.
The game I'm talking about is very recent.
And I wanted to
give up.
review it, but you got
I give
bad
up.
timing.
Early
I give
November.
up.
I want to see 10 on John's scoreboard. Early November, a game John was dying to review, but wasn't able to
Just
because
let
he was doing
it's been on for
Jusant.
ages. Buzz this one out.
Fine.
Buzz this one out.
What are the ones you want to do, but you couldn't because it's Jusant. Jusant. Sick. Time is going. 7, 6, 5,
You let this one go for half an
4.
hour, man.
3, 2, 1.
Hulk?
RoboCop.
I don't know. RoboCop.
Robocop.
Yep.
Gollum.
A robot. It's an old, it's an old ancient
Yeah,
robot.
it's a clockwork stone. Yeah, okay.
Robo. A gendarme is a name for the police.
And what's Gendam?
All right.
police.
Okay. No 10 points for me. Never mind.
God.
So I
okay.
really
Wow.
tried fucking handing that one to you, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
wow.
right. I'm sorry.
Jesus
I just
Christ.
did not put.
That is one where
Robot
Nick
and
would be
Gollum
right
together.
when he's like, you were trying to hand it to him. I was like, yes, I was. I was trying to hand it to him by literally saying what happened to him a few months ago.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right, next one to be fast.
Oh.
Autonomy combatants. Autonomy combatants. There you go. Autonomy combatants. Hey, Jesse P did get it.
I feel like I should.
In Genesis PT.
I feel like I should get this.
Yes, you should.
Autonomy combatants. I know the second word. I'm trying to remember the first word. I know the second word.
Mel
but it's not
Gibson
that
yelled this
genre.
at the end of one of his most famous movies.
Yes. Thank you. I was about
Nick.
to say because this isn't a fighter. The second word is fighters, but it's not a fighting game. Freedom fighters.
Correct.
Fighters, okay.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking the second word is fighters, but this isn't a fighting game.
It was actually Clay
course I did
Fighters
it now.
63 and a third. You were incorrect. Okay. The next one, as I clear the buzzers, is uppermost rotation. Uppermost rotation. Sick.
Top spin.
Correct.
Come on, Nick. Come on, bro. You can do this.
Oh no, the next two are so long.
Hooray!
All right, we'll get to them quick.
You say that like you didn't organize it.
I forgot. Oh god, this doesn't fit. I gotta figure this out. Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, now
You say that like they were given to you and you're reading them out against your will.
hmm?
They're yours.
No.
There you go.
He sussed us. He's onto us.
The goad about of the gongs. The re-entry of the reach the end of a checkerboard.
How many words is this game?
Oh wait.
Oh, fuck me. The goad about of the gongs. Sorry, how many words is that?
How
11.
many words is it?
11
What?
words.
Wait,
The
no.
Eleven
total
words?
No.
names.
8 words.
Oh my god, that's still a lot.
There's 4 these. 4 thus.
So the something of the
The-
something
The something of the
re-entry
something.
of the reach end of the checkerboard.
The something
PS2
of
era.
the something. The something of the something.
Oh,
Nick.
Come on, Nick.
the Lord of the Rings, Return of the King.
Correct?
The Return of the King.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice.
I have no idea if the game was any good. It was a thing.
They were really good. Those
They were good
PS2, they were great hack and slash games. They were good.
All right. Buzzers cleared. Try not waste people's time. The next one is mean lifeless, yell positive sentiments to the K in ABK. There you go. It's in chat. Mean lifeless, yell positive sentiments to the K in ABK. A surprise Dreamcast entrant.
Mean lifeless, yell positive sentiments to the K.
It's so stupid.
Oh, no.
It works, but it's stupid. Sick.
Oh, yes.
John.
Fuck. Evil Dead.
Yep.
Hail to the King.
Correct.
Yep.
See, it works. It's stupid, but it works.
I got the Hail to the King and forgot the first part.
Wasn't that PS1? It might have been Dreamcast as well, but I thought
Yeah,
it was PS1.
It came out on the
Shit.
Dreamcast in that year,
Okay.
according to Wikipedia. Anyone wants to yell me? All right, the next one's pretty long too. It is the word Hulk. Oh shit! I said the name. Is Brute. Never mind. That's the end of the name of the game.
Hulk.
I literally
my
read
God.
Hulk as I went to say it. I can come up with another one.
Hulk.
Nick.
He's
Hulk.
buzzing. He wants that
Hulk.
brain.
Hulk.
Ooh,
Yes.
and Nick
Shit.
wins 6-4. It says it on
Wait,
the.
what?
Yep.
That's funny. Good game. Good game. Well, Morventhus, I'm pleased to have won for an OG patron. Please reach out to Jesse on the Discord or our forums.
No one ever
and we'll
does.
present you with a game code list.
I feel bad. They never do.
Oh well.
You should. You should.
They know they can, so
That was
Maybe they
funny as
don't.
fuck.
Maybe they don't actually listen
Hulk.
to us.
Oh wait.
I read the word as I was, or I said the word as I was looking at the document. I'm like, oh shit, wrong one.
I did it earlier when I said VR.
But wasn't it? What didn't the Hulk game have more than that? It was like Hulk
No, there was a couple.
using
Called Hulk.
destruction.
Yeah, that was later.
Oh,
I
okay.
said it earlier in the show as an answer because
Ah,
like the Gollum one, I was like Hulk. So yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Anyway, it's that time in the show as we wind towards the end where we like to spend some time with our patrons and hear from them what they most want to know. If you want the opportunity to submit a community question to the XboxEra podcast every week, all you need to do is be a member of our Patreon. I think it's every tier bar the first one, and you can do that. A lot of questions this week. Thankfully, most of them are concise. Let's dive in and have a listen.
Are we saying thanks to our patrons first?
I did.
Should
I
say
just did.
thanks to. Yeah.
did. kinda
I just thought something
did.
a little.
I mean, I love our patrons. They're the best.
I just thought something a little more.
So
you know,
quiet.
A
I
little
should
more,
have
little
music
more
running.
gratuitous in its
I don't know.
outward love. Like, what more can I say? These guys are kings and queens among men and women.
I don't
God
know,
love
it
them,
just
man.
kind of sounds like you hate them, John.
They're
I
just
don't
normal
know.
men.
Do you
I
hate
mean,
our
just-
patrons?
Yeah. I
By the way, where is the patron banner?
Hmm?
Where's the banner?
that is a good point. Are we
It is
missing
so.
the
It is
Patreon
never.
banner?
It is never up to date. So I'm like, there's no point to it. I'd literally have to change it I have to go
What do you mean it's
through
never up to date?
because I have to because there was like 50 people in it that aren't actual patrons anymore because I have to go through and make sure. Because before I was just adding, but I was never subtracting. So I need to figure out a way to just take that actual spreadsheet and get the names in the first row and have that be read. So I'm trying to figure that out because I can
Okay.
get that before the show every week and it'll be actually accurate.
Okay.
But there should
We'll
be a
look at
column that says whether they're still active or
Yeah,
not.
but it means I have to type it all out and look it all out every week for like 130 people, and I'm not doing that.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Because
figure that out.
it literally means I
We
have
still
to go
love you,
through.
patrons.
It means I have to go through all 130 names every week and double check and make sure they're still there. I'm not doing that. I need to find a way to automate it.
Let's
But I love you
investigate
all.
a better way of doing that.
Okay.
But yeah, Nick, what of the community questions and the patrons? What do they want to know this week?
Yep.
And they get their
Community
question up here
questions.
still.
All right.
It's right here on the screen now. There you go.
Okay. First question, Jesse brother. Greetings, illustrious panel. I just want to ask what you guys thought of Colin Moriarty's comments of how our friend Colt Eastwood is a clown for making sizzle reels for Xbox content. I think anyone who has a show called Secret Symbols is wading a little too far in the proverbial muck to make accusations like that about anyone else. In other words, it's complete and not so proverbial bullshit. Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday.
He didn't
it's
call
funny
out
that
Colt by name, but
he
was
didn't. He
referencing-
didn't. But I think it was more directed at Colt. Now, when I first saw that clip, I actually thought it was also a shot at Clobberell and us because
Yeah.
we do sizzle reels and
Yeah,
we
I've
do
done fun
infographics and we
hype.
do all that sort of stuff. And I'm just like I'm usually hesitant to call people out by name. I don't like particularly doing that. But outside of that one example,
Wait, what did you say when you
Luke
sneezed?
Plunkett.
outside of that one example,
Oh,
I
man.
tend to prefer not to single people out by name. But when I saw that, I'm like, my first thought was, why do you care, dude? Like, how does it affect Colin if Colt does a sizzle reel? Or how does it affect Colin's life if Clobberl does an infographic? Like, how does it affect him? It doesn't affect PlayStation.
He's doing marketing for the man.
It doesn't
Free
affect
marketing,
PlayStation
man.
sales. It doesn't affect PlayStation's reputation. It doesn't affect his show. It doesn't affect him. It affects nothing. So why does he have to... He can have an opinion on it, but why make that public on your show that's got so many followers, where your followers are going to go after Colt and hang shit on Colt or Clobberl or us? Like, why? Why? I don't understand.
It's a tad mean-spirited, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it serves
and then
no
he's
purpose.
and they do this for free. So what? Your show about PlayStation, does Sony fund you, do they?
No.
Are you paid by Sony to evangelize PlayStation on your fucking show?
His show's not about PlayStation. He talks about Xbox all the bloody time.
Like, you know, I've seen clips of his show come up on Twitter, and I think he's got some really dumb fucking takes about things. But we don't sit there and single him out and go, did you see what Colin said? What a dickhead. I can't believe that's what he said, the fucking Gronk. Like, it's just... There was no need. There was no need for that. It has no effect on him. So how about you just stay in your lane and worry about how amazing PlayStation is and worry about Xbox buying everything? How about you just do that and stay over there? And if Colt wants to do sizzle reels, and if Clobberl wants to show everyone how many great studios Xbox has, who cares? Who cares? Like, it doesn't affect you. So just let it go.
I can't say anything more succinct than that, mate.
Like, come on, man. Be better than that. Be better than that. You don't need to stoop to that level. Be better than that.
There you go.
Like,
maybe someone will clip this and then at him and Twitter.
Maybe
in a Twitter war.
Oh, whatever, man.
You'll have YouTuber beef.
Like, I don't understand. And like, what's Clobberl ever done to him? What's Colt ever done to him? Anything? That's fine. Within yourself, within your private Discord, within your DMs with your mates, say all the shit you want.
The things you've said about Clobberl, Nick, oh my God. But only in private.
Oh my God, absolutely mean.
Like, whatever you want to say in your own Sacred Symbols Discord and whatever you want to say in your... Go for it, man. Go nuts. Who cares? I know for a fact there's a lot of horrible shit that gets said about me in all sorts of places, in places they think I can't see.
And especially in places
but it's all private. So it's all private. So I'm not going to expose it. I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm not going to say anything about it. It's private. They can think what they want about me. But if I've never hurt you, if I've never publicly denigrated you, if I've never attacked you, why are you saying something publicly for?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
If you've got a platform, like, exercise a little responsibility in how you utilize that platform. I think, and I'm speaking more broadly here, not specifically about Colin, but there are so many instances I see on gaming Twitter where these holier-than-thou individuals will parrot on about acceptability and inclusiveness. And then the minute they see a take they don't like, they'll send their 400,000 followers after the one person.
We saw it really hard last year where people are like, you got to be nice. Please stop being so mean to people on here. And then those same people turn around and just attack Jez every opportunity they can get. They're like, he's just a stupid fan. He's not really in the industry. It's like, like you say to be nice to everyone. And then he has maybe a dumb take. We all do every now and then, especially Jez. And, you know, so what? It's just a Twitter take. Who cares? But people lose their shit and just impugn his integrity and attack him nonstop. But then turn around and be like, well, why are you so mean to my friends? I'm like, well, why are you mean to people you don't even know?
Saw it just recently. Jez did his opinion article about the whole third party thing, and no one atted Jez, but I was seeing all the takes from the San Francisco cabal. You know, effectively taking the piss out of their peer. Right, this is someone who.
Well, they don't consider him a peer.
In the industry alongside you.
They refuse to consider him because if you're not in that circle,
even then, and I'm not going to name him in a negative way. It's just to say what he said on Twitter. So we saw that tweet from Chris String about how some of these Xbox games seem very PlayStation-esque. Now, there's two ways you can either ignore it, right? You can have your private opinion and say, oh my God, what a dummy or whatever. Now, I replied to that tweet, and all I said was, how are those things PlayStation-esque? Didn't attack him, didn't call him an idiot, didn't...
Please clarify your point.
Just, what do you mean PlayStation-esque? Now, he never replied, unsurprisingly. But there's ways to approach things. You don't have to just attack people. You don't have to just insult people. You don't have to, like...
He did reply to someone else that asked a similar, like...
I know.
What do you mean? And he was like...
I saw, and I don't think that... Yeah, I don't think that reason was any better. But still, that's his opinion, and that's fine. But you don't have to just... Because I saw some of the replies to him, and they were full on going in on him. And I'm like, just relax. That's fine. Like, you have to understand when someone... It's like with smartphones. People who are Apple, and this is coming from someone who is knee-deep in Apple's ecosystem, it's a very similar attitude to the PlayStation attitude. Apple is the mainstream choice. I'll wait for it to come to iOS. Or why isn't that app on iOS? Why is it on Android? Why isn't this on Apple fans have the same attitude. Yeah. Trust me, I know.
It was like that clip about peasant consoles with Xbox from why isn't India on PlayStation?
Yeah. PlayStation's the mainstream.
The comment in that recent show, they described Xbox players as second-class citizens.
Yeah, second-class citizens. I think that was a bit tongue-in-cheek and probably being a little bit of a smart-ass. We make similar jokes like that too. I think our jokes are more obvious, but we make British similar jokes too.
We try.
Yeah. I just, you have to understand, like, remember how I said the perspective of PlayStation fans? Like, they just think PlayStation is perfect. And how could you not want to be on PlayStation? And how could you think PlayStation does anything wrong? So that's the lens you've got to look at it through. So if Chris, like, I don't think even Chris would deny that he's a bit more of prefers PlayStation. So the lens he's going to see it through is, well, PlayStation's like, we're the ones that do everything the best. PlayStation does those single-player games the best. So when he then sees Hellblade, third person, over the shoulder, visually beautiful, slow walk and talk. And with Hellblade, I totally understood, because in my reply to him, I said, how is Indiana Jones PlayStation-esque? It's like first person, so already got the camera wrong.
It's a movie game.
So that's why I was questioning it. But what I'm saying, the point I'm kind of trying to make is you don't just have to attack people and insult people. Try and be a little more grown up than that, especially if what they're doing or saying doesn't actually affect you and they're not attacking you.
Yeah, there's one last super chat on this from Assassin.
AS4ssin Entertainment. People like Colin make me glad I actually own all 3 consoles and play games and not act like a demented Cheeto licker who got rejected by a Redditor.
Let's leave that one there. Next question.
Yeah, I know, and this isn't me trying to stand up for Colt and Clobberall. They're grown adults. They can, they can defend themselves. My thing, he's asking for my thoughts or our thoughts. So I just don't see a need for someone with such a large platform to punch down like that.
Nick, seeing red.
And also, considering what happened to him, he's a conservative leaning guy.
Yeah, you'd think
he got like,
better.
Oh, we hate you. You're out of the industry. You're not friends with anyone anymore. Like, maybe, don't throw stones.
He got cancelled. He got cancelled over a joke and all that sort of stuff. So you'd think he'd know better.
Anyway,
come on, mate. Grow up. Come on.
We hope you answered your question there, Travis.
Mr. Hipshot. Can you remember being a casual? Remember, I am now. I remember not knowing what the logos for developers and publishers were, thinking they were ads or something that I had to mash through to get to the game. Also, Elder Scrolls Online is the only game I got a refund from Xbox because I didn't do any research on the game and just bought it. I don't know what I was expecting. I still kind of feel bad about that one. Do you have any stories from being an uneducated casual before you really learned about the gaming industry?
Oh, yeah, there was this time where we thought Bungie were going to be acquired, and we wrote an article.
We weren't wrong.
No. we weren't wrong in the end.
Yeah, we thought Bungie was going to be acquired by Xbox. Turns out that almost happened.
We learned, please consult with a solicitor before you interpret legal documentation. But yeah, like
A casual.
I don't know, stories about being a casual. Plenty of times I've bought a game on box art expecting one thing, getting something.
But that's all we could do back then. That's all we could do back then.
The biggest one for me, and I should have known more, was I was savvy enough to be able to go and look at the information available online and find out. And I still feel very upset about it today. Was the purchase of what's the Double Fine game EA published, Jack Black, the rock and roll one.
Oh my god,
Brute.
The name is just
my god, Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legend. I went into that thinking, awesome, Jack Black narrated, so comedy, action adventure, beat people up with a giant axe, do loads of cool moves. They fucking gave me a fucking tower defense RTS game, you motherfuckers. I've never noped out so hard. I was still.
But that wasn't you being a casual. That was them bait and switching.
EA lied to me.
That's all right. That's a little bit different. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Hipshot. I don't think I've ever been casual in that way.
Yeah.
I reckon I've always been relatively hardcore and known what's going on. Generally. I don't think I've ever been... If anything, I'm more casual now than I used to be because all I play now is Fortnite and Rocket League. And when people talk about...
You are casual.
I've never been more casual because all I play is Palworld.
Yeah, that's the casual game of today, right now.
Yeah, like now, there's so many games I don't know about now. So if anything, I'm probably more casual now than I've ever been.
What's funny
you didn't know about any of those Switch games I showed last week.
All the games
I'll get
you
it
don't
back up
know
on
about,
stream
Nick,
if you don't remember.
No.
All the games you don't know about would be considered casual by the gaming bubble, right? Like the game, like all of those massively multiplayer games that do absolute numbers across the globe that we just don't talk about. They're considered casual, but they're the biggest games in the world. Go figure. Is that casual?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sounds like something
just
a
based
casual
on his description. To me, it's like not knowing it. Like there's so many hardcore games I just don't know about. Yeah. So I'd say that makes me a casual.
You didn't know about any of the hardcore games I showed last week on the Switch, and I can put them back up on screen again if you want.
I've seen them on the store. I've actually seen them on the store when I've browsed for sales and stuff.
Never seen the actual gameplay, though. You seem shocked.
Because the problem is the trailers they show on the Switch eShop don't go into graphic detail of what's in the game.
You don't get the vibrators on the lady's legs?
No, you don't get the vibrators. You don't get the slapping of the thighs. You don't get any of that.
You don't get the groping of the boobs?
Oh, no, they don't show any of that in the trailers.
Please, we've done this once. No more. No more.
We are now an eShop hentai channel. I don't know if you know that or not.
Man. Okay, next question. Hytham G. The Xbox Developer Direct is cool and such, but aside that really, have you gents ever suffered a cold burn that's much worse than being burnt by the sun that hurts your skin really bad like hell, but your gents experience being hurt by the cold weather?
Yes, I have had a cold burn before.
So have I, from the snow.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I got some cold things.
Never had a cold burn, pleased to say.
Have you ever had...
I've touched dry ice. I've touched dry ice as well, which burns you too.
In snow blindness, which is essentially a cold burn of your eyes.
Wind burn. Wind burn when you're at the snow skiing. I've had that too, when I've gone skiing. P.S. If you gents were to like an Indiana Jones movie, which of its franchises do you like the most?
I guess
which is our favorite Indiana Jones movie?
The Last Crusade.
There's two answers to this. The answer that will get you by in discussing film's cultural relevance and
Temple of
composition is Raiders of the Lost Ark. The correct answer, Nick, is
Last Crusade.
Absolutely Last Crusade, because it's
Last Crusade
brilliant.
Last Crusade is the best Indiana Jones movie by far, and the byplay and chemistry between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery is unparalleled.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's
so
good. Yep.
I love it. I love it.
Not banged up with the same lady.
Shh, that was also funny.
Yeah. The Last Crusade is a very, very good adventure movie.
Yeah, good fun.
I mean, you could argue The Mummy completely modeled itself.
Ooh. Hytham, watch your language in chat there. He said, part 3 of the movie is my favorite too, and part 5 is poopy caca garbage.
Poopy caca.
Huh?
Yes. But yeah, I reckon the Mummy movies totally modeled themselves on the indie movies. those earlier indie movies.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. I always make a joke about Sean Connery to my missus because
Sean Connery.
You know, he was quite famous for being like, if a woman's getting hysterical.
Oh, really?
He said
Did
it
he say
was
that?
it was a Barbara
Yeah.
Walters interview, wasn't it?
And she was like, "You're going to get some male." She's like, "I might get some female." Absolute fucking legend. Like, I'm not.
Oh my god! Really?
I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that you should ever hit a woman, but
Wow.
he gave
What
zero fucks.
year
He
was
like,
that?
he-
What
it
year was
was-
that?
90s?
It would have been the 90s, and he was
It
like,
had to have been the 90s.
he was very upfront. He was like, you know, you've done everything, you've spoken to them, and they just keep going. You just
Wow.
fucking hell, bro.
Wow.
Barbara Walters' reaction was like,
I was about to say that had to be the 90s because that attitude was still very ever present in the 90s.
That was so funny. But every now and then when we're joking around, I'd be like, "You're sounding hysterical."
Wow. Holy crap.
And you didn't want to talk about the
Female.
eShop.
Instead, we're into the battery of women.
You're calling
No.
Sean Connery a legend.
I mean,
Wow.
he was an icon, you know, as a kid. So yes, I can
Mhm.
acknowledge that the hitting of women is a douche move, and he should not do it.
Wow.
But he had some stones to just be like, yeah, and like, what are you going to do? A fella like, whoa.
One way of describing it.
Lucky
Anyway,
for him, there was no such thing as being cancelled back then.
Oh, shit.
yeah. I look forward to being cancelled tomorrow.
I forgot to put up the Avowed background I made. Boom, right there. It goes over all of us.
Oh, okay.
Just a sake. Oh, it looks so nice. God, that's so good. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
it
get rid
does,
of
doesn't it? It's good, isn't it?
So good.
Why don't you just have it in the background?
I can. But there, I just wanted to show the whole thing. Because if it's in the background,
Oh, okay.
Is it
Pain- it's a pain in the
animated?
butt.
Did you animate it?
Yeah.
I yoinked the time it's animated in the video
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just looped that back and forth forever.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay. Next question. Skedaddle.
There you go.
So now that we know ARA History Untold, Avowed, Indiana Jones, and Stalker 2 are confirmed for the second half of 2024, that means Jon and Nick have no distractions when it comes to completing their community challenge, Alien Isolation and GoldenEye 007. Here we go.
I will start my community challenge in February.
And restarted my own. There it goes. All right, this server works. All right, let me get back in. Why are you guys not moving? Come on. Connect StreamYard. There we go.
Apologies.
There.
Apologies for the
Yeah.
disruption.
Okay. So I
but
changed
going
a couple
forward-
of I changed a couple of YouTube things and restarted my own thing just to make sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. We're
On
not
our
going to
end,
use
though-
low latency again.
Yeah, I'm not using
On our end, though, Jesse's still frozen.
No, that's funny.
On our end.
All right.
Yeah, in StreamYard for us, just leave
Yeah.
it. It's fine. You're frozen.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
moving
Weird.
on YouTube, but on our end, you are
Yes.
frozen.
On our
Yeah.
end, you're frozen.
Yeah, no idea. Ultra low
Um,
latency lets us only have like 4 or 5 seconds of ping for between when we say it and when you guys see it. So I was like, oh, I'll give that a go. And yeah, no, there's a reason I stopped using it. It's just not worth it.
I feel like once you've got your normal internet back, this should probably become less of an issue.
It will.
Yeah.
There's definitely always something between T-Mobile and
Um,
YouTube.
Okay. Next question. Hugh. Good evening, gents. As I'm sure you'll be inundated with Dev Direct questions this week, surprisingly no. I'm going to be somewhat lazy and ask the panel something I posed to the community this week, the new Xbox mobile store. As a follow-up question, do you think any of you guys would actually use an Xbox mobile store or Xbox phone? Oh my god, Xbox phone. I loved Windows Phone. I would most definitely use an Xbox phone.
I'd consider it.
Yeah, I would, for sure. I used to play the Xbox games on Windows Phone to get achievements and stuff.
Yep, same.
It
I
would really come down
as long
to app support. Do they actually get app support this
Yeah.
time?
That's right. As long as the games are there, yeah, I would, for sure. Yep.
No, well, the question he asked was Xbox release a mobile store, assuming they do it, Will they bring back Windows Phone? They could make an Xbox branded version, which could become their handheld. But if you look at their competitors, it seems that every time Microsoft tries to compete with them in other areas, they fail. Music streaming, Zune, Groove, dead. Smart wearables, MS Band, dead. Smart Assistant,
Dead.
Cortana,
dead. Lumia, dead.
It's all dead.
Yep. Mixer, dead. And the funny thing is, not only is it dead, in most cases after it dies, people then go, oh, I wish we had a competitor in this space.
Xbox is next, yo.
Xbox's neck is next on the chopping block.
I think, it would all come down to app support, but I would argue that Android and iPhone are so unassailable at this amount. They're insurmountable to take on. Like, no one, generally speaking, apart from the most ardent of Microsoft fans, are going to dump their Android phone with all their purchases of apps they've bought, the usability that they have, and go out on a limb for a phone where don't worry, we promise the support will come. I don't see it happening. Now, a mobile store within the Android and iPhone ecosystems that gives you access to certain different things. Yeah, that's
ain't happening.
That's what they're
Apple ain't happening, that's for sure, after what happened in the recent case between Epic and Apple.
What, in the case you set one up and Apple still take a 27% cut?
No, well, Apple won that case against Epic, so Apple ain't opening up iOS.
No.
Well, they won that case against Epic in the US, but then immediately the Justice Department or someone is good. That was in the news, and John refused to talk about it because he's in Apple's pocket. But the US government's is supposedly going to go after them in March.
I'm an Android boy, all right?
I'm iOS.
Explains a lot.
Come on. Hey, I'm iOS. Okay. DO game. Hey everyone. Nick redeemed on Indie. It is indeed a first and third person
Indeed.
mix. Yeah. While I can understand the disappointment of some in the game being first person, this is the studio that said if they were tasked to make a Tetris game, they'd turn it into a first person game. So folks should have seen this coming.
Fair.
With all of this being said, what are some other licensed titles you think could work as first person? I think Iron Man. Oh no, don't say that. Iron Man and Batman could be cool myself, like they were in VR. Not Iron Man, because I don't know how well you could capture flying in first person.
Oh God,
I don't know how well that could. Yeah,
yeah, in VR, Iron Man in VR, like you got the things you can just and you can take off, and you've got that sense of the actual in your stomach of flying, and you could be like responsive, like boo, and like shoot like he does. Yeah, I could see that.
The shooting, yes, I could understand the shooting. Although VR, you've got your controllers that respond as your hands. How does that translate to a controller?
Well, they've got triggers and stuff, so you could just do a move and press the trigger. Like
like Iron Man in VR, it's tracking your hand movements, and it's more you are doing it. On a controller, it would just be auto shoot and buck.
Yeah, I don't know. It's beyond my level of thinking on it, but I think flying in first person would be very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like you'd feel it. You'd feel
it would be
way
more
viscerally.
immersive than third person is. Third person looks cool.
Maybe
you have more control.
Yeah.
Maybe, but
like
the actual feeling.
Maybe I'm biased because of Anthem and how much I loved how Anthem felt. Like
and how they're not using any of that engine for the Iron Man game because they're building it in a completely different way.
Like if you haven't played Anthem and you love Iron Man and would love to experience what an Iron Man game should feel like, Anthem goes on sale for like $2 all the time for the deluxe
edition.
It's on
Game Pass Ultimate too.
It's FPS boosted. It's FPS boosted on Series X. Just play Anthem to get an idea of what an Iron Man game should feel like to play. Combat, movement, flight, everything. They nailed it in a way I'd never thought would be possible. That how an Iron Man game should feel. It's amazing.
Q in the chat, turn on cockpit mode when you're racing, and that's the similar kind of feel you'd have from first person flying. Like the speed is so much more.
Yes, but flight
real.
You can be very nimble in flight.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of
know how.
That's a lot of dogfighting games when you're just in a plane. or like,
Yeah, but they're usually third person.
No.
You're
A lot of
behind
those
the plane.
Well, no, a lot of those are first. I mean, you can do both. Starfield, you can do both. You can literally fly in first person.
I would always play a
in
flight
Starfield.
game in the cockpit, predominantly.
It would just be a more chorus-like movement and less dogfightery, because obviously, but you're still going to be flying. You're not going to be, oh, I'm flying, then I immediately just jump 30 feet to the left, because like Iron Man still has momentum and is still essentially a very tiny plane.
I mean, look, DO game. If the last 5 to 10 years have taught us anything, or even 15 years, you can do anything in first person. Really, let's be honest. What can't be done in first person? Like Mirror's Edge, parkour in first person, Titanfall, crazy movement and traversal in first person, Edge Runner,
City Skylines 2.
You can do whatever.
You can do that in first person.
A lot of walking to the next site to build the next building, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Like anything, there's exceptions to the rule. But platforming can be done in first person. Combat, like fighting, martial arts, can be done in first person. Cool traversal can be done in... Like, it can pretty much... And I would argue, in terms of, like John said earlier, whip, grapple hook, all that sort of stuff is probably better in first person than it is in third. Look at Halo, man. Look at Halo's grapple hook. Crazy how good
grapple
that feels.
shot. The Haloites will yell at you.
Whatever. Yet look at the grapples in like Zelda in comparison. It's just not as good in third.
3 million copies of Palworld have now been sold in 40 hours.
Already. And that's on Game Pass. That is on Game Pass.
It would have been 7
and
million
it's still
if it
done
hadn't
3 million.
7 million copies without Game Pass.
Assassin Entertainment. Can you do a Metroidvania in first person? Bro.
Yeah. There's literally 3 of them.
Tell me that's a sarcastic question. Tell me that's a sarcastic question.
Look at the first the first 7 letters in the thing that you just talked about. Metroid.
Metroid Prime is literally Metroid in first person, and it's one of the greatest games ever made. Like, you can do just about almost anything. Okay, it was a joke. I thought so. Yeah.
We have a lot of questions, by the way.
That wasn't as obvious as his last week joke with avoiding the hentai games.
That wasn't a joke. He's not avoiding anything.
I think just about anything can be done in first person. Just about anything.
They even did first person NFL football. It wasn't very fun, but they did it. Where you played as a QB and you were trying to play in first person in the NFL 2K games.
I reckon in VR that could work.
There's
in
2
VR
of them.
It probably could.
They haven't nailed the feeling of throwing. Like Half-Life Alyx and a few other games really have nailed throwing and making it feel like it goes exactly where I expect it to. So if you have the amount of money to put behind it, I don't think these games had a ton of money put into them, even though they're by the NFL. It's close to feeling good because you play as a quarterback and you got to throw it. Half the time it just goes straight in the ground. You're like, what the fuck? Stupid piece of shit. But yes, it could work.
Okay. Next question. Terran. Hey guys, with Visions of Mana showing up at the Direct, do you think it is of a one-off or more to symbolize a deepening bond with Square? Keep up the great work. Well, this is what's been discussed. Like, when I was first told Visions of Mana, my instant reaction was WTF. Was just like, why the hell would Mana be there? And then we started to discuss it, and it's like, well, maybe they are trying to cozy up to Square and show the world, look, Square does love us, and we love Square. Like, we'll put them on our show. Like,
100%.
Have a look how chummy we are.
Yeah.
The inner prick in me is like buttering them up for an acquisition. That's the inner prick in me that wants to watch the world burn. But it's probably more, look how good we are with Square. Look, best buddies. Yeah, best buds. Look at us. Look at us. No one expected this. Look at us.
Okay, Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd, mate. Yeah, Paul Rudd, mate. Look at us. He did it, Not me. Not me. But what do you guys think?
What was the question? You talked so long, I forgot.
about, do you think it's a one-off, or will they keep doing it, or why did they do it?
Oh yeah, I think Square will be in June, and they'll probably have like Final Fantasy games. My guess would be something like that. Like if they're here with Visions of Mana,
Maybe it's...
if 16's showing up because you guessed correctly again, maybe that would be a good showcase thing.
It would.
Yeah.
It would be. If 16 is making its way across, that's just what I heard.
You tell me the rough time
that would
frame.
be a good time. Oh yeah, I said that I got told the time frame, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Tell me and John.
I mean, look, it's opened the door now, because everyone was under the impression that the Direct was for first party. That is the impression that everyone was under, even though Microsoft never actually said it. That was the impression everyone was under. But now the door's open. The cat's out of the bag.
Oh my god.
Genie's out of the bottle.
We're almost at 4 hours.
Yeah,
I know, 3 weeks in a row.
I know.
Yeah, and the people that
Xbox
and there's
should stop
comments
doing all this cool stuff.
and there are comments saying let Nick talk. And I'm like, what show are you watching? What do you mean let Nick talk? We have to eventually, once in a while, force our way into making a point for 5 seconds, and then Nick talks again. It's fine.
There's a super chat from Hugh.
From Pew?
Love you, my friends that want me to talk more. Super chat from you.
It wasn't Mohammed
Do
Shiraz.
you think Xbox may try to acquire Pocket Pair? Can I
No.
say people need to stop doing this? Every time a game takes off, everyone's like, buy them.
They
Yeah,
did the
just
thing
like,
they should
come on.
have. They got a Game Pass deal.
Yeah.
They correctly
Yeah,
said, this
like-
game's probably going to take off. Let's get a Game Pass deal. And it did. They've been
But
very
it just
good
goes
at
to
that.
show you, like, the randomness of when a games as a service game is going to take off or not. It just shows you how, like, it's so hard to predict, isn't it?
Yeah.
When a games as a service game is going to hit. It's not an exact science. Like, you just don't know. And this is why, and this isn't me trying to defend PlayStation, but we've seen PlayStation in their games as a service initiative. And, a lot of people make fun of them because it appears like a lot of them are about to be cancelled. So I think the rumor was, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's like 10 to 12 games as a service games going at PlayStation. And the majority will probably either not succeed, get cancelled, whatever. Sony would not have gone into that venture expecting all of those games to hit. If out of this whole games as a service initiative, Sony could have one success on the level of Sea of Thieves, they'd be fucking wrapped. They would be fucking wrapped if they could get one that's on the level of, say, Sea of Thieves. Not Fortnite, not Warzone, not whatever. Just even Sea of Thieves level of success. Sony would be wrapped with one. Because once you've got the one, you can then build and go on another one.
And you get
so
used
on
to
and so
realizing, you have to commit to constantly supporting these. And that's what Ubisoft and
Yes.
Xbox have been so good at. They are fully committed, and Activision and Blizzard, they know we must really commit, because even if it launches weak, we can get it back to a point where it's worth it. And like, you can't just constantly look at everything and say, well, it's probably not going to be the biggest thing. Just get rid of it. Like, because you will never
Can't,
have one take off
just-
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez.
Omen. Do you think that Square's increased relationship with Xbox will in turn negatively affect Square's relationship with Sony? I remember hearing rumors a while back that Elden Ring turned down a marketing partnership with Xbox largely because they were fearful of the effects it would have on their Sony relationship. So I'm curious on your thoughts here. I mean, it shouldn't, in theory, but Sony can bully. Like that's sort of an open secret that
Platform
Sony-
X.
that Sony can tend to bully partners that they know they can get away with bullying. So is it possible? Maybe.
I think the exclusive relationship did sour just for business reasons too. Like, it's just literally they were all in on Xbox. If you want anything, you got to give us a huge amount of money on Game Pass type of deals. And that led to their CEO getting ousted by the board because they were losing tons of money looking at Capcom and Bandai Namco putting everything everywhere. So in the end, it's just for the very basic reasons of make money, company goes, oh yeah, more places good. One single console they did really well with Final Fantasy XVI on PS5, but it was nowhere near as good as they did with Final Fantasy 15 everywhere. And it sold way more just because it was everywhere. It just makes more sense for a third-party publisher.
PC included. This isn't just about Xbox. PC included.
Everywhere. Yeah. Like being on PC, being on Xbox, being on PlayStation 5 is what Square should do with their games. Like there is no big bonus for them not to do that anymore. Especially because when you do it for Xbox, especially if you do that Game Pass deal and you use the GDK and you just get a free PC version.
Money.
Free PC version. Really nice.
Yeah. And you got to remember, like people go, oh, but they took the money from Sony. How much do you think that money was? We saw leaked contracts with Capcom.
Yeah.
The money wasn't that much.
It was $10 million for marketing on Resident Evil. Like,
yeah, not even. Like, because remember, we always say this, because Sony has such a massive install base versus Xbox, their money hats don't cost them much. And I just don't, clearly maybe Square just wasn't financially savvy enough to understand, because all they saw was Sony throw a bunch of money at them, not understanding that money is actually not a lot. So here's Square looking around at all their peers in Japan, Sega, Capcom, Namco, seeing how well they're doing. Now, what's the difference between those three and Square? One releases those three release their games everywhere. Square basically only puts most of it on PlayStation with some on Switch. At some point, you have to understand, maybe we should be everywhere.
Do we have 9 more?
Yeah.
No, we don't, do we?
We're at 9 of 18, because 19 is the lock.
Oh,
Nick, this is why I was saying, we've got
Nicholas.
a lot.
I didn't think it was that many. I didn't think it was that many.
We've got a lot of incredible patrons who show their support and have questions they want us to answer, and we love you all. But
I didn't think it was that many.
We got to hurry up. It's been a long show.
I didn't think it was that many.
It's getting very warm in here.
Executive, it's getting warm in here too. Executive, and my thighs are hurting. My hamstrings are hurting.
Torn Raptor can ask as many questions as he wants.
Executive producer Torn Raptor. The developer direct is such a ridiculously good format, and I love how it's the devs doing the talking. Personally, I can't see a way of improving it outside of dating all the games, but I understand that Xbox has other events that are mapped out like last year where they can trickle bits and pieces leading up to release. If you can, how would you improve this fantastic show going forward? Bit more gameplay. Slightly less devs.
Honestly,
slightly.
I like there's a lot of moments in the dev direct, like the bit where the guy at Oxide Games is talking, and just in the interview, the guy comes and opens up the fridge
on the back,
and they're like, and then I don't know if anyone spotted it, but if you look at the very, very end of the Indiana Jones reveal, when the head of Machine Games is talking, you see the idol from Raiders, and you see Todd Howard pop up and just take it from the...
Yes. I thought you were talking about the Quake thing on the board. We didn't discuss that.
We didn't discuss the Quake thing. On
Potential Quake 6.
I mean,
hopefully it's a question.
Yeah.
Quake 6.
But Quake 6 was
because
also
Nick gets the Lord and say, I'm right again.
So, yeah, like I think it's the right balance at the moment. I really like the way they do it. If anything, I would just wish that they were a little firmer on dates, but I get it. It's January. There's plenty of
I don't expect the dates because it's so early in the year. I think it will be fine when things line up and they have stuff before June, because that's when we will get dates.
I have a theory on the dates. I have a theory on the dates. I reckon normally they would have gone with dates.
Water. Oh.
No, I reckon the reason we didn't get dates on anything, especially the second half of the year stuff, is the Nintendo Switch 2. Everyone will want to get the fuck. Everyone will want to get the fuck out of the way of Nintendo and the Switch 2, which will probably launch with God knows, probably like already now. The scuttlebutt is that the Switch 2 is in September.
Nick Baker confirms Switch 2 in September.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Nick says. I think the scuttlebutt is that it's in September because we've seen the Lego. All of a sudden, there's this Lego set of the Deku Tree from Ocarina that apparently comes out in September. And I'm like, oh my God, please be an Ocarina remake. Please launch with an Ocarina remake.
It was the AI Game Shark also said September. but they said they were just guessing.
Yeah, so it's looking like September, but of course, no dev's going to want to lock down a date until we know that Switch 2 is in September. And as you watch, I'll plant my flag and say that as soon as we know the official month/date for the Switch 2, you'll start to see all these other games suddenly get dates. Yeah. You'll see Indie get a date. You'll see ARA get a date. You'll see whatever get a date. You watch. They all want to get out of the way of the Switch 2.
Very good shout. Yeah, I think that's a very good theory.
Next question.
Smart.
It is. It is. I like it when I sometimes sound smart. Sometimes being the operative word there. Lee Layfield. Morning/evening, gents. Great direct this week. What, Jesse?
John had to type in there, so I was showing John's thing instead of Lee's. I was like, oh shit, gotta fix that.
Okay. Great direct this week, and at least 2 wins for Nick. Indie and Topspin. I was pleased to see Avowed wow people again, as I got a bit rattled by the last showing. Question. As we all know, the LEGO games are great and explore many movie franchises. If you were in charge, which movie franchise would you pick next for LEGO games? Keep in mind, it's family friendly and you can't revisit a franchise. I'd go Shrek, or if LEGO wanted to be cool, Austin Powers. Yeah,
that's not family friendly.
Yeah, definitely not family friendly.
And then he lists all the franchises that have already been done. Do you want me to go with a left field LEGO? A left field LEGO? RoboCop.
Family friendly.
In LEGO. Yeah, but you can still... It's LEGO.
The RoboCop cartoon.
Fall apart. You don't have to have blood.
Yeah. Back to the Future.
They don't like guns.
RoboCop. Oh, Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, Kevin. Good shout. Kevin, Ghostbusters.
Behind the Green Door.
What?
Don't look it up.
What's that?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
It's not family friendly. The Moomin.
Oh, it is really not family friendly.
Ah, okay. I'd go RoboCop. How cool would a RoboCop Lego game be?
They're anti-guns, aren't they? Like they do laser pistols in Star Wars, but like for sets, for sets and stuff, when they want to do sets, they're always weird about guns. That's why they didn't do Halo and stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's why Halo had to go Mega Bloks.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fair enough. Can't see my Mega Bloks. Whatever.
Okay. Ooh, good one, Hugh. Friends.
They've got that. Oh, for a game.
They've already done that.
Yeah, not a game though, I guess. Hey, it's Nick's favorite, Mohammed Sherez with a super chat.
Yeah. Yeah, Mohammed Sherez with a super chat before the next question. How are you guys still going? I tuned in 2 hours ago and tuned out because I thought it was going to be done. We'll rewatch it on VOD. Also, Nick is awesome.
Yeah,
Developer Direct.
Just sitting here, chopped liver.
Nick is awesome.
Well, Nick doesn't get any of the money he sends in, so it goes to us. It's fine.
Yeah. Thanks.
Next question. Rugrabu. Hello, everyone. I'm a bit disappointed that the rumored Halo Battle Royale has been shelved. I've been playing Warzone
rumored to be shelved
a lot for years. Yes, it's rumored to be
Evolved,
shelved. Correct.
Is the better phrase.
And mind you, it's a rumor of a rumored game, which is the other thing people seem to forget. Like, Tatanka was never actually announced as a thing.
We can call this one a Rudimer. All right, it's been a long show.
I've been playing Warzone for years, and I'm not happy with the current Modern Warfare 3 integration. Actually, I'm starting to hate each day a bit more. So I was looking forward to the Halo BR. What do you think will happen with Certain Affinity and Halo? Could Tatanka possibly become something else? An extraction shooter, perhaps? Is Certain Affinity collaborating with 343 to develop the new Halo? Or are they maybe completely off of Halo? What do you think or want? P.S. I wonder if Nick botched my name again.
Don't want to say anything in case it gets...
Yeah, I know. I don't want to say anything about fucking Tatanka. Yeah. The rumor is... Not from us. The rumor is... The rumor going around is that it probably has evolved into something else.
It's worth saying that
we're not saying that.
It's already up on Gaming Leaks and Rumors.
This week, 343 did a stream this week where they openly said we're moving to content updates for Infinite, no more seasons. We're moving on to new projects. We're rehiring again. Like, yes, Certain Affinity have a deepening relationship. That's already an interview done with Max Hoperman on that. nothing more to say. If they were working on something, if it's evolved, that's all we know. End of story. What do I want? Oh man, that's another podcast. I want another great Halo game with an even better campaign and a really solid multiplayer.
How has that acquisition not happened yet?
Certain Affinity.
Certain Affinity. How has that acquisition not happened yet?
Maybe it's not time yet.
I would have thought that straight after ABK was done, they'd be like, all right, let's make this.
ABK is starting for them. They are now starting the process of integrating ABK. It's going to be. I cannot imagine how much freaking work that is going to be for the next.
You have to
years.
wonder if they just. You have to wonder if they didn't quite properly anticipate just what a headfuck that would be. Getting ABK in there.
They weren't far off on how long they said it would take. It only took a little longer than it was like June, no October. It wasn't that far off.
Now, Rugaru. No, I just did a Rugaru. Jesus. Azuizu. Good day, lads. Last week when I said pitchforks and you guys, I didn't mean XboxEra. I have found XboxEra to be among the few places that actually has a balanced take in the hot button issues. I apologize if I gave you the impression that XboxEra's view on Xbox going third party was an overreaction.
Not at all, sir.
Did we get that impression?
I don't think I got that impression.
Neither do I. My question, do you think Spinal from Killer Instinct would work as a good story expansion for Sea of Thieves?
That's a great show.
Oh, wow. I would like to see a more gritty story in Sea of Thieves as a change of pace. Keep up the good work. How have they not put Spinal in Sea of Thieves in some fashion?
They hate their old IP.
He's a ship decal that you can have
Is
on
he?
your ship.
Yep. Yeah, he's the masthead, whatever they call it, figurehead.
Yeah.
And it's very cool.
Yeah.
It looks really nice.
Wow.
There's a Banjo-Kazooie one,
I didn't even... Yes, Banjo, I remember. Man, that's so good. That's such a good thing. Such
I guess, like, what would the story be? But also, it has to probably be, like, for it to be worth it for them, as they've probably mostly swapped over to Everwild, it probably has to be a big IP that's going to pull a lot of people in. As cool as it would be for us, I don't think Spinal would pull in many people. It's never that big a character and that big a game, but it would be neat.
Super chat from my buddy Jason. Great show. Very excited about indie. Although, I just wanted to say, I do get motion sickness from first-person shooters.
Thankfully, if this one has a good FOV and it's a smooth 60, I think that does help quite a bit compared to some of the ones where I know, like, Mort and other people have had problems in the past when it's too squished on the FOV.
Shout out to the poor souls at Resetera.
Every single person on that site. It's terrible to see.
Hopefully they pull through. Or maybe they can just port it to PlayStation and find a cure.
Yeah, put it in PSVR and the immersiveness will cure their motion sickness.
I reckon.
The quality of the OLEDs.
Okay.
First time post coming up next.
Yes, first time post. So it must be a new patron.
New patron, and I've seen him in the chat live today. So welcome to the Cool Kids Club, SJ Dub.
SJ Dub. Hello, John, Jesse, and El Guapo Nick. What's El Guapo again?
The handsome.
Can someone remind me? Can someone? Is that what it
seriously? Yeah, it's handsome. I'm pretty sure.
No. Oh yeah, handsome one.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. What do you mean no? God damn it.
That's so nice. Thanks, SJ Dub. Means a lot. Means a lot. In a sea of abuse on social medias. I do. I get a sea of abuse on social media. I thought you were
talking about us. We're not that mean.
No. I mean, Jesse. In a sea of abuse on social media, it's nice that people look and go, man, dude's real handsome. Thanks. Long time listener, first time patron. I'm grateful for all the content you guys, Jesse, put out, and I'm excited to see you guys continue to grow. Quick question for you all. Yesterday's developer _direct has me excited for Xbox's future. I was surprised when the secret fifth game was shown was from Square Enix. Between Final Fantasy XIV finally coming to Xbox and Square showing up at a first-party showcase, what are the odds that we will see Final Fantasy VII and 16 on Xbox in the nearish future? While I have a PS5 and could play those there The Series X is my console of choice, so I've been holding out hoping that one day they will come to Xbox.
Is this
Thanks
10K?
again, SJ. Nah. Let me have a look at my DMs for a sec.
Oh no. Well, you already said 16,
Yeah,
so why would you have to look at your? Why would you have to? Go ahead. Go look.
I don't know. Hold on.
If you don't know, who does?
Let me have a look at something here. Where is it? Where's that person? Hold on. Search.
I need to get the sleeping cap back for John when we go 5 hours every show.
I'm still alive.
Okay.
I'm still alive.
No.
I'm still functioning.
So yeah,
Still going.
SJ. The only one that I had been told about was Final Fantasy XVI. That's the only one I had been told about. I'm still of the belief that Sony really doesn't want to let go of Final Fantasy VII.
I don't think they want to let go until all 3 of the remakes are out.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah.
Because by that
Or-
time, it'll have been probably like 15 years and no
If
one
they
will care
do
if it comes
get
to Xbox
them,
anyway.
It has to be way off of a launch of one. So it wouldn't be anytime soon with Rebirth hitting at the end of next month. Like they would want it very far away from there.
Yep.
Super chat.
So yeah. Super chat. Okay. Hugh, do you think we get an ABK show / roundtable soon?
Nope.
No?
I don't know who.
What about this
who would
year?
talk?
Surely this year.
Who do you want to hear from at ABK?
Yeah, that's
Mike.
true.
Who do you
Raw.
want to hear
Oh yeah, Mike.
from? Yikes.
Get Lulu
Yikes.
before she's gone. She's got a
Yikes.
couple months left.
Yeah, like this is a very different world to a Bethesda acquisition where you have Rockstar developers that you know that can come up in front of a camera who have a PR team. This is a massive organization. This is going to take a lot longer to integrate, a lot longer to figure out. I don't expect a roundtable at all. I'll expect an announcement of games within the next few months of Game Pass and stuff like that. But I don't expect some, sit down and discuss what it means for the Xbox gamer, right? Because there's been too much discussion around the FTC and everything else for that to really work or gel in a good way. Because a lot of it is, so much of it is multi-platform. So it's not really a fun conversation to go and have.
Yeah, it wouldn't be for a while because it would have to be the smaller stuff coming from other devs that could potentially be exclusive. That would be in a dev direct. Like what is Toys from Bob working on that they're testing out Unreal Engine on? They get that. Maybe, even if it's multi-platform, it can still be in a dev direct depending on what it is. Like if it's something we know. But yeah, I don't know who they would talk to. So, yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Xbox has its Q1
Thanks,
exclusive
SJ
Hugh. It is
Dub.
Palworld.
Yeah.
Yeah. For now. I'm sure it'll probably come to others
Welcome to the cool
later.
kids
They said
club.
no plans now, but it's because Sony doesn't have a game preview or early access thing.
Creaky Legs. Nick, I'd like to make a binding contract with you. If you get info on the Oblivion remaster and tell me personally first, Sick will buy you 2 full-priced games this year.
We're in.
All right, bye.
Contract signed.
Ooh,
Written in blood.
boy.
John's
Yeah.
blood.
Okay.
John shipped us some blood.
Thanks. Didn't think you'd do me dirty like that, Creaky. Jeez.
Yeah, that's good. Still owes me Sonic. Still wait.
Have I not gotten you enough free stuff to make up for that?
That I don't get any money out of this. So
He needs his games. We've got to pay him
the
with
free
games.
games are my payment.
That's true.
Okay. Good old Collingwood.
Ooh, that's a good
Hello,
question.
John, Nick, and Jesse. Yep. Hello, John, Nick, and Jesse. So there's room for a convoluted, complex question? Don't mind if I do. Jesse, I missed seeing the anime hentai game footage you showed last week because I was listening to it as an audio podcast. The word for these kinds of games is eroge. That's apparently the name.
He's not watching live now, Jesse, so don't get any ideas about changing the footage.
Wow,
All
this
right?
just
Also,
went straight
Jesse.
to porn on Bing. Never mind. I wrote best hentai games on Switch again, and for this time, it just went straight to porn.
Wow.
Also,
gonna mess up my
Jesse, who
searches.
will you get to review ARA History Untold? I've been
Svikabrot.
finding that a few people didn't cover the game much because it wasn't their thing. IGN only barely mentioned it in their Analog podcast. Hopefully XboxEra will give it some love, even if it's a niche game. It's an Xbox game and is just as important as their larger cousins.
We would have had Age of Empires 2 and 4 on Xbox reviewed, but they didn't let us in. They said, fuck you, you suck, eat shit. It was really mean of them. So that's the only reason we don't cover those. With ARA History Untold, as long as we get ourselves a review code, it will be Peter Svikaput doing it. Yeah. He's our resident.
I think we talked
European.
about ARA. I will admit we probably didn't talk about ARA much again because it's not our thing.
We did
end up talking about Oxide. Yeah, we did end up talking about Oxide and the talk that have they been acquired? So
yeah,
apologies.
Okay, let me go through my YouTube history so I can find that hentai video again. Hold on.
Yeah, don't worry, Collingwood. We'll take care of it as long as we get code. Yes, we'll cover it.
Last question. Oh boy. Assassin Entertainment. Hello to Jon, Nick, and Jesse. For the second year in a row, Xbox has an exclusive that is doing very well and shattering everyone's expectations. This time being Palworld. Well aware Palworld is a first party, but people are still heavily associating it with Xbox. Had a lot of fun playing it with my friends Red Wolf and Holly. Shout out to them. My question to you guys is, have you ever had a game that was completely off your radar, but when you played it, you just immediately got into it? Palworld was ours, and it's a lot of fun. We haven't even gotten guns yet. Thank you guys, and keep up the good work. That's a good question.
I have, and the game is in question is called Palworld. Yeah. I was not anticipating playing this game for a second, and then I saw it and was like, this is so stupid looking, but still kind of fun. Because I don't like survival games. I don't like Pokemon. But it uses those skeletons to build something insane and weird in a way that I really appreciate and have actually found to be quite fun. And this is the first game to really do that for me in a very, very long time.
Yeah, a game off of my radar. I mean, nowadays, a lot of things are on my radar most of the time just out of knowledge, but I'd have to cast my mind back. This is a 360 game. I went in and I picked it up. This was probably the last time I picked a game up based on the box art. And I think it was called Jason and the Argonauts, which is, everyone knows that movie, right? Go check it out. I mean, Jesse, maybe you can find some YouTube footage.
No, I'm sure on Palworld. It's too good.
Okay, suit yourself. Jason and the Argonauts was a...
No, go ahead. Sorry.
B tier. It was a B tier game. It had Mass Effect style dialogue choice from memory, and it was actually really good fun. I kind of got it wasn't the best game in the world. Don't get me wrong, but I was like, this is I'm enjoying this. It was a really solid attempt. I don't even remember who developed it, but you don't get those
Codemasters. It's playing right now on stream.
Game?
Yep. Wow. And Liquid Entertainment.
There you go.
Well,
so, yeah,
IGN used to
on
IGN even back then branding every video that's not theirs, but they brand it anyways with their own friggin' IGN logo on the bottom right. God, it's not their. It's not your video.
Right. Yeah.
Wow, this is
it's 2:20 in the morning.
Mine is Rocket League. Mine's Rocket League. Oh, I saw the concept of soccer with cars, and I'm like, how stupid is that? And then they're like, well, it's
super
free.
Acrobatic powered.
Yeah, it's free. It's free on PlayStation Plus. So I'm like, all right. And I only really got into it because I saw the platinum was easy. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll force myself to play this because it's got an easy platinum trophy. By the time I got that platinum,
you're addicted.
Boy.
Yep.
Yep.
It's your new baby. I'm surprised you didn't get into Vampire Survivors, John? Yeah, that would kind of be one for you.
Yeah, Vampire Survivors is another good one, but I kind of knew what it was, and then I was like, oh, this is really good game design, and then I was sucked in. I'm quite looking forward to trying out Brotato when it drops on Game Pass as well.
Yeah.
This is a very 360 Unreal Engine 3 looking game.
Oh, yes, it is. It is. It's an old game, man.
Piss filter. That's it.
It's set in Mexico.
We did it.
It's the end of the show.
We did it almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Nick.
You know what I love? More and more people stick around for the chit chat and the community questions at the end nowadays than ever before. And that's because our community is fucking fantastic. A bunch of absolute legends. So as always, thank you for your support.
Yes.
Especially if you're in Europe right now. And I saw someone in the chat saying it's 3:20 a.m. I mean,
Shit.
man, that's some dedication right there. We hope you enjoyed the show. We hope that we provided knowledge and entertainment and interesting conversation for you. And 5 episodes to go until 200.
Yeah, till 200.
What's
Brandon
going
Jez had 300.
I
They
know.
just had
I
300
saw.
yesterday.
And that guy we were speaking about earlier on, Colin Moriarty, he's doing 300 episodes of Sacred Symbols, having a live show in somewhere, and the Iron Lords are opening for them.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Well, the Defining Duke is, they linked like that. But yeah, there you go. Thanks, guys. We love you
Cool.
lots.
Thanks,
See
everyone.
you next week.
Yep. Ciao for now.
Goodbye. The Xbox Era podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.